Oh, boy. Lots to talk about today. Good evening, everyone. This is Josh Turner, also known as Wolf, Paranormal Round Table, also known as PRT. PRTpodcast.com is our website. Josh Turner at PRTpodcast.com is my email address. Send me your stories. Also, if you're a friend of mine on Messenger, which a lot of people just send me stuff on Messenger anyway, I can get it that way. And if you wish to correspond, then the best way to do it would be to probably send me a friend request on Facebook. I try to keep my Facebook pretty tight, pretty clean. I regularly go through there. If I send someone a message and it's, hey, you listen to PRT, and they don't answer, or they just look at it, they're gone. I just don't have time for it. I'm just over it. I'm just over it, okay? I'm just tired of these men that like me because I'm a good-looking woman, okay? I'm a guy. Let me take a selfie and then go, do I look like that? Oh, my gosh. Yeah, you look like that. You're about a biscuit shy of being way too big for that outfit. But you're hot, so whatever you say. I got a haircut, yes I did. And I was going to comb it to the side, and I just got lazy and said the heck with it and slicked it back. I had to run and get some stuff before the show. So, so I was looking at something. We only got 80 people in chat right now, so we'll wait. But I wanted to look this up real quick. Apparently that Woods Are Haunted thing did pretty well. Everybody's talking about it. So 15.3 thousand subscribers now on YouTube. We still have a large audience on the other 7 platforms that we're on, but those people don't realize, I guess some of them, a lot of them, that we actually do this every week, and you people know that, you know that. So let's see. I wanted to say something about the way that the Mothman Part 2 episode only has 4,400 views. Okay, and I'm gonna repeat this later when we get more people in the chat. I tell a lot of stories on that episode. Okay, so if you're looking for the punch there, I had saved up some of my Mothman stories to tell on there. Now, apparently, I've gotten a lot of people saying that they don't like Ashley. Okay, Ashley is a friend of mine. I don't have a problem with her. She's done nothing to me. She was Ryan's girlfriend. That's how we met. We hit it off, and so, you know, whatever. A lot of people say, oh, I don't like her. She's this, she's that, whatever. Your opinion. Your opinion. But you're missing out to ignore the second episode of the Mothman, because like I said, I do personally tell a lot of stories on that one. So you're missing out if you don't check it out. I mean, 4,400 views, dude. Come on, man. I mean, if that's the kind of response I'm going to get for work that I do, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to quit doing it. I'm not going to do this for 4,000 or 5,000 views on a video that should have gotten. And then the Washington Weirdness Part 1 was 10,000. The Washington Weirdness Part 2 was only 5. See, the problem with this is, and I keep saying this, is that, and I don't know how to fix this problem, but you guys aren't checking in with to the you're not checking into the second part of these shows. I do a 2 or 3 part show, and you guys listen to part 1, in part one, a lot of times, like I've said before, it's like that Lord of the Rings episode. Maybe it's a little slow. I mean, because you got, you know, what's it called? What was the first Lord of the Rings episode called? I don't remember what it was called now. Fellowship of the Ring. So it was slow, but it had to lay the groundwork. It kind of laid the foundation, introducing everybody and whatever. And so part two was pretty action packed, and then part three was epic. So I kind of look at it like that. Once we get going, the first episode, the first of the series, you're kind of just laying down the foundation, whatever, and then the second, third parts are usually pretty meaty. The second part is almost always better than the first. I'm telling you, part two is always better. It's always better, and then you're watching the first part, and then you're going, nah, that was okay. So then you don't watch the second part, and you're missing all of the action. It's like watching an action movie and taking out all the action scenes. Not all of it, but I'm not saying it's always like that, but typically that's what's going on. So we have a problem here, and I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how. Would you like me to lead in with everything, and you not know what the heck is going on? Just start telling story after story, and then go to part two, and then tell stuff that really needs to be told, in part one, because there's updates and things like that we do at the beginning of those pre-recorded shows. We do those pre-recorded shows, and a lot of people don't watch us on YouTube. We have a way bigger audience off of YouTube than we do on YouTube, which is weird. I can tell you, because of all the different platforms we're on. So I don't know who said this. Part 3 always sucks. Gavin Adams. Gavin, if you don't like it, leave. Don't watch it. Don't listen to my show. Okay? That's it. Because at this point, I don't care who does or who doesn't at this point. I'm really sick of it all. Like, just over it. Just chat room filling up here. And, part 3, we have a part 2 and a part 3. So with Barton, and I think it's going to be really good. I think, and then I'm going to be doing, or I've already done, a 3-hour recording with all right, Gavin, I'm sorry, I apologize if that's what that is. I'm just short fused today. I'm just not feeling it. Let me tell you, part 2 and 3 are definitely with Jason Bland are going to be really good, because we really got into some heavy stuff, and so I think you guys will really enjoy it. The guy's so well versed. He's been doing well, he doesn't podcast technically. He streams or whatever, but he's really good at what he does, and he's got a lot of really good information. It's funny. So, what does it say? Wolf have heard of MetaZoo cards or similar to Pokemon cards where the characters are based on cryptids. No, I have not. Send me a pack. Gavin, I appreciate you watching the shows. I'm sorry for kind of snapping, but when you said part 3s always suck, it just sounded like you were taking a swipe, and I'm just like, come on, dude, I put a lot of work into these. I hate that these part 2s are not getting the credit they deserve because there's a ton of information that people are missing. I want to show you something. The first batch of hats we had, we figured out real quick that they were kind of made for men. And they're really, they kind of have a higher, the top is a little bit higher. These are a little bit more low profile, and these are more the kind of hats that women wear. So what we did was, we went back to the drawing board, and we made a different style hat. It's the 47s. It's called 47. Shout out to Kiki and Sam, the ladies from Lids, who I bought these hats from, and they cut me a really good deal. And then we made a new batch. I announced on Facebook the other day, who wants a hat? Well, I didn't realize 300 people wanted a hat, so I managed to get out 9 or 10 of them. But yeah, it was so much work trying to get them. So we don't know when and how we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna sell these. I don't know if you could see that, but that's pink. That's kind of like, the lighting is not really permitting me to show it to you. It's a pink hat right there. It's black, and this part is pink, ladies. And it is actually, you can see it, but I think it's the lighting. Let me see if I can change the lighting real quick. Now you see it. Change the lighting to pink, and there's the pink on there. October. So everybody that knows, I'm sorry if I wasn't near the microphone. Everybody knows October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So this goes really good with it. So we thought about, how about this? The darker orange logo on the 47 hat. The darker orange logo. So it looks like Halloween. This is like the color of Halloween. So I thought that would be cool because October's coming up. So I'm going to drop the link to this show on the Paranormal Round Table group page. If you would like a hat, I'm going to try and give away like maybe 10 of these, so you can be ready for October. And Magua will show you the way. Isn't that what it was? I thought British policies made the world England, sir. He's no Mohawk, he's Huron. What movie's that from? Who can tell me what movie's that from? For the no prize. In case you're wondering, this is a Cobra jersey. And on the back, which I can't really show you without, I don't know how to maneuver around. Nobody's in the studio to help me, to show me how I'm doing. James Estrada, yeah, Last of the Mohicans. It's a great movie. I just watched it the other day. That's the thing about COVID. I went into a cocoon and just watched movies and TV, all kinds of stuff. I don't get to watch that much TV. It was pretty cool. And then I had come to the realization that I'm going to need glasses. I'm the last person in my house that doesn't have them or wear them or contacts or something. Well, this person says that Denise May, you're not interested in vampires. I don't know if you really, what I consider to be a vampire. I don't consider them to be some goofy, Twilight thingy. these vampires that I get reports over anything but. They're almost like cryptids. So I wouldn't, and I mean the vicious ones. It's not. They're not. That's what vampires really are. They're not those. Some say this rake crawler type creature is actually a vampire. We don't know. But so the back of my jersey says Destro, and it has 82. So it's a pretty cool shirt. I like it. My wife got it for me. It's football season, and I'm not going to wear a Buccaneers jersey. Those are teams I like, but I like the Texans too. But they would disappoint me. I'm done with them. But my two teams mainly are Cowboys and Bucks. I was sad to see that the Packers got back on track and won because I hate them. Me and Ken Gerhardt go back and forth about that. Your team sucks, Ken. They suck, yo. I hate them. I hate the 49ers. I hate the Packers. I hate anybody that does it around me. All right, guys. So here we go. Let's get down to the meat and potatoes. So let's do the Patreon real quick. Okay. So the Patreon's not set up. There it is. Eric Garcia, Ryan, Super Hornet 1, Debbie Wolf, Extreme Reality Check, Histo Tech, James Estrada, Tim Bernard, Ricardo Herrera, Barry, Titan Chronological, Dead Man Walking, Guy, Don Wells, Melissa Panay, Derek Tribble, Andrea Krask, Patrick Nickerson, Shannon, Dick Richards, Joyce Brunette, Wendy Page Williams, Barbara Blindy, Martin Hertel, Terry Fusler, Chris Clough, Curtis Turner, Philip Morn, Alexander Murphy, Matthew Durgo, Chris Smith, and Ralph Ayu. Pretty much all of the money that we got from this last Patreon last month went to the Hendersons, Elijah and Gabby Henderson, so they could help pay for the expenses of burying Johnny. Just so you know, we did do that. We gave the money. Actually, more than we got from the Patreon. But bottom line, it was given to a good cause. So when you make donations, we do give most of that. Actually, probably always give that money away. Most of that goes to helping people. So think about it. If you guys, when you donate in the super chat, that money usually, not always, but it usually goes towards helping people. And then if it doesn't, then it goes back into the show. It goes, the money that you donate, if it doesn't go to helping people, then it goes to creating things like this, freebies. I use the money to buy books from author friends that they sign for me. And you guys are going to be shocked about a book I have. I decided I talked to Barton about it last night. We were going to talk about it on the show, and I'm not going to. I'm going to wait until after me and Barton's set is done, and then I'm going to have him come on the show, and we're going to talk about on the live stream. We're going to talk about that. Got a lot of amazing people I've been talking to lately, setting up shows and recording, and doing some recording, getting some things done. So, got some things to talk about. The particular guy who has a group who, every time something goes down, seems like we're on opposite sides of the fence. And he's always preaching about love and how he's a spiritual guru and leader and all this stuff. But every time something happens, he's always on the other side. So this person has really aggravated me. And so I helped him get on the show on These Woods Are Haunted, and I hooked him up, and the thanks I get is getting kicked out of his group, or I'm sorry, being blocked, because I didn't want to be in a group with somebody who had attacked me and who was responsible for a lot of the things that went on between me and Marvin. So, just so you know, there's people that think that me and him are like buddies or something like that. And he was always spamming stuff into my groups, which I was getting sick of anyway, which were just glorified selfies of a bush with some sort of smudge in the background that he claimed were demons and Dogman and everything else. He's got a lot of, he's made a lot of friends, but they're all like not the right kind of friends, with the exception of maybe one guy. He's chosen to hang out with the bottom, and had another podcaster. She's a female, and it's not Ashley, it's another one. I don't know if I should say her name, but she reached out to me and we talked, and I think she's finally come around and learned a lot about the nature of who to deal with and who not to deal with. And I'm not here to get into a big dissertation about who's a good guy, who's a bad guy in this field. There's a handful of people that you should just absolutely avoid. Not a lot. There's not a whole bunch of them. It's not just like just everybody. But there's some people who are not good. And when I tried talking to these two individuals about those people, they poo-pooed it. One of them woke up. She figured it out. She's already had to deal with it. The spiritual guru, has not figured it out. He's obviously not I don't know how smart he is, but we are absolutely not friends, and probably never will be. The guy is just not correct. I don't care what you say. I don't care if you quote the Bible all day long. Not everything every bush you stand in front of is a dogman, a Bigfoot, or a demon. To me, it's like you're just taking selfies. You're taking selfies, and then you're getting angry when people don't post them in their groups. I just don't understand it. I mean, we need to get a handle on this, okay? A lot of these pictures people are taking, and then they're just circling in red. I could take a picture of a prairie and just circle red and say, look at all those prairie dogs. I mean, we need to get a handle on this, because it's starting to look, like a bunch of idiots out there just seeing the boogeyman everywhere they go. And I personally am not one of those people that approve of that. Most of the time, when you send a picture of something to me, it's going to be scrutinized. You better believe it, before it goes onto our Facebook. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and just post any old thing that you want to come up with, and then you become angry because I don't do it. Goodbye. And this guy, every time I turn around, he's in cahoots with somebody who's done something. He's like friends with pretty much every single enemy I have. And these people that I consider my enemies, 3 of them attacked my wife viciously in their group when they found out that she was my wife. She wasn't even doing anything. She was just in that group. She wasn't even involved. And when they attacked her, then she realized what was going on. And then it really upset her, giving her a freaking panic attack. And it's just those, and then when you tell people, look, this is what they did, and they're like, they're not even grasping what you're saying, or they're acting like they need some kind of proof that you're such a dishonest person that just came to them and told them, hey, man, these people are bad, and something really petty, and that's why I don't like them. No, it wasn't something really petty that they did, okay? They attacked my wife. They were attacking me already. It was already happening because I left their stupid, ridiculous group that thinks everything is a physical creature, which is just silly. There are physical beings, but they're not all physical beings. And there's no evolutionary proof of any of this evolutionary stuff they're talking about. The dog man evolved. Where's the fossil evidence, Mr. Pyrus, and your Australian body and the dog man whisperer? Yeah. Mr. Dog Man Whisperer. So you attack my wife because you find out that she's in the group, and one of your little friends, can't remember his last name, Terrell or whatever, found out that was my wife. So y'all all jumped on her and dogpiled on her. Real classy, because that's the kind of people you are. That's what you did in that group. That's why I left. I just got tired of you people attacking everybody. Anybody who was religious or had any kind of anything, now you look at this spiritual guru, and you see, like, I've tried to tell him multiple times about different people that he deals with, and he just gives me a lecture about love and all this other stuff. Pray for your enemies. Yeah, you're right. But I am really tired of dealing with these people, dealing with these enemies. And, that guy, Mr. Love Connection or whatever, how is it that you're dealing with people who don't have any spirituality, yet you're some kind of spiritual leader? Because you're friends with all these wackadoodles. You're friends with, some really not good people. Not good people. I mean, there's about 7-8 people out there that are just, they're nobody important. They're just, and none of them have big names other than Mr. Voldemort. So, you start thinking about what you want to do in this field, and, circling dark spots and trees isn't going to give you, any kind of clout. I don't get it. It's crazy. And then you get upset when people don't believe you. You can't be a good man, a good guy, and associate with bad people. What do you think? Fruit goes bad, it starts to spoil the rest of the fruit. So don't profess to be this good holy man that you think you are, and associate with the absolute doldrums of people. Let's think about that, Try being a good person, associating with good people, and good things will happen. Trying to get this chat up to a couple hundred here. Then we'll start doing some stuff. We're gonna have somebody call in and talk about Dogman, and then we're gonna have somebody. I'm gonna call and they're gonna tell a story about a dinosaur. So I wanted to get my friend Ash on here today. Our Ash that owns Spinners. That's his logo right there. See the little chip tooth. Chipped his tooth in boxing years ago. He's a good guy. One of my best friends. I was gonna call him today, but he said it wasn't a good day. He's real busy. He owns 3 restaurants, so he's a very busy guy. I'm maybe going to have Charlie on next week. He's pushing to come on next Tuesday, but I don't know if that's going to be able to. I don't know what I'm going to have going on, so I might. You'll also be happy to know, if anybody knows who this is, and you unless you've been living under a rock and you're not aware, Paul Sinclair. Paul Sinclair has written 5 books, or he's almost done with his 5th book. He's a researcher from England, an author. He's probably most commonly known for the stories of the Flixton werewolf. So, he'll be on. So that's going on. So I think that's too much red. How about that? Um. So I'm thinking he's gonna come on and we're gonna do a show. And then probably I will be going on his show. He has a podcast, and I didn't know that. And so he's gonna have me come on, and we're gonna talk about who knows what, and whatever questions they have for me, I guess. So that will be on October 7th. I'm supposed to be on his show, and then I believe his show comes on 6:45, and then I agreed to do Paranormal Soup on October 24th. So, and there's another show that I might haven't accepted yet. I decided, these people are friends of mine, and it is October, so my nephew's like, well, we really need to probably promote you a little more and be on different shows and stuff. And I'm like, okay, when? But October would be the time to do it because everybody wants to hear stories and stuff like that. So I probably will go on these shows October. So what happened with Keith Jackson? Is this Keith Jackson, our listener? So update on the action figure line. Like I said, Charlie wants to come down next week. We are going to he has made 10 for Lyle Blackburn, and he's going to take them to his conferences, and we're going to see how they do. And we've even made some prototypes for the cryptids. We don't know for sure, but we'll probably make them this way, and then like the bigger figures, the way they've been made, and then we'll scale those down. But we're gonna look at like how they're gonna look when the finished product comes out, and we do the 3 3/4 inch line. If anybody would like to our being able to get it made through with our logo and our packaging and all that, this thing's frozen. So the feed it's back now. Okay. Anyways, were you able to hear me? Because I don't know if you heard me or not. I was fixing to have to. So, anyways, they're going to have the Paranormal Round Table logo attached to these figures. And they're going to feature cryptids. Predominantly, that's what we're looking at. But we're also going to have people. And yes, Linda Godfrey is getting a figure. We got in touch with her, and that's going on now. So, anyways, we had up to 200, and then it kind of fizzled out. So we're trying to get back up to 200, and then we can try to get this phone call made. Also, the lamps that we showed you, the little deals that change color, those things, we're going to be giving away those too. How many times did the video stop? Because it didn't show anything on my end. Okay. All right. So also, just so you know, we are giving away the third action figure that Charlie makes. The every third action figure that Charlie makes for the of the different researchers and the different. So for Barton, for Barton Nunley, on his third episode, we're going to give away. Somebody says glitches. It's still glitching? So, anyways, we're going to be giving away the third action figure that he makes for Barton, and so that will be a part of the giveaway for Barton when he's on for the next 2 weeks. And so this coming week we'll post the link, and you'll get a Barton Nunley book, and then you will get the third. Okay. We'll put down a link, and that'll be the same thing, just for the book, whatever. Then he's going to come on the live stream. Okay. And on that live stream that we do with Barton, okay, that one will be the live stream after. So look at the calendar and listen to what I'm going to tell you very closely. There it goes. Look at this calendar. All right. So Barton's show will be the 24th, and then the 1st. Okay, October 1st is the last one with me and him. It'll be the third part. So on the live stream, mark it on your calendar, on the 5th of this live stream, we're going to post that to the Paranormal Round Table group page. Okay. We're also going to post it to the Paranormal Lounge page, which is Nellie's page. Okay. And one of those is going to get the third action figure. There's only 3 of them in existence. And then the other one, the other group link, is going to get the Hunt the Dogman DVD, and there's only 5 of those in existence. Okay? So those are Barton Nunley exclusive things. Those, when he auctioned those were going for like $200 a piece, those Hunt the Dogman, because you can get those on Amazon, but you're not going to get one like that. Okay? Because he's going to come on, and we're going to talk about a very special book that you can't get anywhere, and we're going to discuss that. And that's going to be, mark your calendars, I'm going to have him on the show. Call him up on the 5th of October. And then we're going to give away on that, and then we're going to post a link to that, like I said, in Paranormal Round Table and Paranormal Lounge. And one's going to get, we're not going to tell you which group's going to get which. So if you are not a member of Paranormal Lounge and you're listening to this, go join the Paranormal Lounge on YouTube, on Facebook. It is Nellie's group, and it is our sister group, whatever. Basically, to Paranormal Round Table, and then of course Paranormal Encounters is Tony's. So if you're not, and Tony's not really real involved with Paranormal Encounters, but there's a lot of cool stuff that goes on there anyway, a lot of cool stories. But if you if you would go and join Paranormal Encounters, it would be something that you could, possibly win by joining Paranormal Encounters. So you'll have Paranormal Round Table. We're going to do the giveaway on the 5th, and then and remember, one of them gets the DVD, the other one gets the action figure. Okay? So, and my eyes are burning. Whew. And this freaking, the allergies been just, man, get over COVID, and 2 weeks later, you got freaking allergies, dude. So that's what's going on with that. And then the book, of course, will be for next week and then the week after, and it will more than likely be Strange Kentucky. Or what is it called? Right here. Mysterious Kentucky. Barton was telling me about this too. Like, he didn't want himself to be on the cover of the book. It was a publisher thing, but he wanted to have a monster drawn on there. That's what he wanted. But so anyway, we're going to call somebody. And hopefully she's ready to go. And I don't care. These headphones are wrong, backwards. I don't give a crap. So whatever. All right. Thank you, Eric, for that donation. Appreciate it. Hello? Just 1 second, folks. Maybe she's decided to flake out. I hope not. Eric says, keep up the good fight. Always listening. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. And I think that's her calling. There it is. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Jen?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good. I'm just was calling because we were going to talk tonight about some Dogman stuff.
Right. I tried to answer on my laptop and it didn't work.
Okay.
So I'm good to go. Mm-hmm. I'm on my phone now.
So we are live. So don't be swearing like you usually do. I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
Me?
I'm messing.
I'm the F-bomb mom. Come on
now. So, what did you want to talk about? You were going to tell us some things that were going on with your son.
Yeah, and I thought of a couple other things. Mm-hmm. And I can start in 2015 up to now, if you want me to.
Okay.
Well, I met Jody Cook at a conference in Fort Wayne in 2015. And I thought what he was talking about was very interesting. He was giving a discussion on dogmen, and we got to talking and started talking more. And he was telling me, this was in Fort Wayne, Indiana, that there was a house out north off of Till Road that a gentleman was walking his dog. I guess it was a good sized dog. And the dog started cowering behind him. And the man looked in the house and could see eyes watching him. And I believe Jody said they were glowing. He called the police. And within 24 hours, the house was torn down. And the funny thing is, I lived in the apartment complex, probably not even half a mile from this house and that road. So that kind of was creepy. And then 2016, I still lived in Fort Wayne, and we went to pick up my youngest son's dad one night, my daughter and I did, and we heard howls. And then a couple months later, we moved to just around the corner, and I came out to take her to daycare and school. And I looked over at the neighbor's car, and there was something on all fours walking along. You could see it walking along the car. And I know they say Sasquatch or Dogmen have butts shaped like gorillas, and that instantly popped into my head. So I did have those experiences when I lived in Fort Wayne. And my son's dad actually, that's what I heard, like shaped like gorillas.
I had never heard that before.
Yeah.
Who told you that?
I heard it in a couple different places. It's been like when I first started researching this, when they're down on all fours, it kind of looks like a gorilla's butt, round. That's why I always, not always, but what I've heard.
There was a video that went around that was filmed in right outside of a park in Round Rock, where somebody claimed to have seen in the woods. It looks very compelling. I mean, it looks like it could have been a Bigfoot, but it was kind of going down on all fours, and the way it was moving was kind of like Dogman-ish, like, you know, in the way that it was built and the way that it was kind of like moving on all fours and then going back up. But the video, they labeled it like a Bigfoot. I don't have a copy of it, but I mean, I'm sure you could look it up on YouTube or whatever. But it just seemed very odd. I mean, and I thought, you know, it kind of looked gorilla-ish the way it was moving, but it could have, to me, it could have been either a Bigfoot or a Dogman. I've heard them moving different ways.
I have as well.
Yeah, but go on.
Let me think. Another story in Fort Wayne is that my son's dad wasn't very far from where we had lived at and saw a dogman. It was during the winter, looking over a fence. And he turned around and the dogman turned around and looked straight at the car. And he said the eyes were the size of tennis balls, it looked like. And that's all in the same area. It's northern Fort Wayne.
Yeah, and that's
I see a guy says, Nigel says he lives 45 minutes away from there and he had an experience. Maybe it's the same pack that travels.
Nigel, you should hit me up. If you're on Facebook, I can hit you up and get you on too. After me and Jen are done. Actually, I was just texting Martin right now, so he's off the hook. He was going to come on tonight and talk about something, and I changed it up, so we're going to do it October 5th. So prepare for the loud noise. It's going to go bling, bling, bling. Here it goes. Taylor says, have been a listener from the beginning and love the show for covering all aspects of the paranormal and cryptids. Thank you, Taylor, for that donation. And Hussein, thank you for that donation. I appreciate it, guys. So this happened in Fort Wayne, Indiana, you said?
Yeah, and then I had those encounters, and then it really started when I moved about 20 minutes away from Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
And as you know, there's the Michigan Dogman.
Of course. And do you think that it kind of bleeds into that?
It makes me wonder if it doesn't. I know they can travel miles, and I don't know if it would be the same family unit, pack, whatever you want to call it, that travels from the Fort Wayne area up to Michigan and back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. That's just a theory of mine. Could be.
And so, the Fort Wayne, Indiana encounter. Who was that?
It was myself
Okay.
and my daughter that's 13. She was probably, let me think, she's 13 now. We moved here 5 years ago. She was probably 7 or 8. She had to have been 7 when we heard the howls. And then my youngest son's dad saw one.
The one that you saw with your daughter, that's what I was trying to figure out who you were with. Because you had said, I thought you said your son, but it was your daughter.
No, I have 3 of them, so.
Oh, God, this thing, I can't get this thing to go down. Hold on one second.
Okay.
This is really aggravating me. I love that people are donating, but everybody's telling me how loud it is. Didn't even spell quieter right. I spelled it quitter. So you and your daughter saw 100% what you know to be a dogman.
She did not see it. I kind of hurried her into the car. And when I got in the car, she's like, "What's wrong, Mom?" I said, "Nothing." I kept telling her, "Get in the car, get in the car." Because I didn't know if it would stand up or not. And she was young, so I didn't want her to freak out. So eventually she's like, "Mom, what did you see?" I said, "Did you see anything?" She goes, "No." "Did you see a Sasquatch?" I said, "No, it wasn't a Sasquatch, but I saw something." So all I saw was its butt. That's all I saw of that one. And then I've seen a full one.
And the butt looked very
kind of like a gorilla's
butt.
Round.
But
it was a ghetto booty.
But you saw the snout.
No, not that time.
Okay. All right. So this might
Because
not have
it
been
was walking. It was one or the other, but I had heard the howls.
Mm-hmm.
And my youngest son's dad, just a couple miles of like down the road, maybe 2 miles, actually saw one.
And so you didn't see the snout, so you don't know who or
Not
what that could have been.
100%. It had to be between the 2 of them. But this is all in the same area that Jody had told me about, within a couple miles of each other.
Okay.
I wonder if I can pull you up a map and send it to you. I should have done that before. And if you heard that, that's my youngest one. He's tired.
He's sleepy. You're an hour ahead, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's 9:30 here.
It's bedtime there for kids. My bedtime.
Yeah, he was watching TV and decided to come join me.
My bedtime was always 10 o'clock. I had a pretty generous bedtime for my parents because, they were always working all the time, and so they really couldn't enforce it half the time anyway. But okay, so I was reading that comment, ghetto booty, give me a break. So you saw what you think was a Bigfoot, and you were sure that was a Bigfoot, and then you saw a dogman, and you were sure that was a dogman.
Oh, I'm sure the one we saw in 2017 was.
Can you give a description, like more in depth?
Yeah, it all started. Did you get those pictures I sent you?
I was looking. I didn't get them yet. Let me see.
I sent them.
Not yet.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't get them. I haven't got them.
Let me,
Did you send them through Messenger?
that's yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
nothing's come up.
Let me try it again. There. I sent it last week.
Oh, the same ones from last week. Okay.
Yeah, I sent those last week.
See, one time back in 2000, I think it was late. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what year it was. I think it was late. I think it was 2018. I'm almost positive. And myself and my wife were working security at this one site that had a lot of weird stuff happening out there. And we think that we may have seen, well, she's positive. She's absolutely positive she saw a Bigfoot. I don't know because she had a better angle at it because it was on her side. And I didn't. I was driving, so I don't count. I don't tell people I saw a Bigfoot because I don't know what it was. It was large and it was hairy, brown, and it went behind a tree really quickly. And I can't. It was way too large to be, and it was in a pasture where there were some cows, and they were all in one corner of the pasture and like terrified. And then there were horses back in a behind there. In their in the barn where they keep the horses, what they call the stable. My mind's just, I'm tired. But the stable back there, and I heard the horses neighing and the cows mooing, and we were like, "What the heck's going on?" And they were building tract housing, of course, like right next to these people's country home, and this thing was in the pasture, and I think maybe it might have been trying to prey on one of the cows. The people that lived back up in there had told us that they thought that coyotes were causing predation, that they were killing different people's livestock. There were some people that had a few pigs on the other side, and some had died. They lost cattle, and one of their horses was killed. So we saw this thing, and my wife shined this really heavy duty, the brightest light you'll see, ever. The spotlight right on it, and we just caught a glimpse of it, and she said that's a Sasquatch, and she was 100% sure it was a Sasquatch. Like I said, I didn't get the full-on view of it. I just saw it go down behind a tree, and I didn't see a booty on it. I didn't see any of that. All I saw was the back, and I thought, whoa, what is that? And then it disappeared behind some trees, and it was dark, and we drove right past it. By the time you bust a U and you go back around, we didn't see anything after that. But there was a couple nights where we heard coyotes fighting with something, and it sounded like they were dying. It was crazy. And then we heard like what sounded like hogs, because there were domestic hogs and wild hogs in that same area. So we didn't know what was going on. Neighbors had told the superintendent of that project, who I still know to this day, and it was a weird project, a lot of weird stuff. We got weird complaints about all kinds of stuff. But he said that there was something that was killing animals out there. So I don't know. She claims it was a Bigfoot. I don't say I saw it, a Bigfoot, because I don't know. That's not the first one she's seen. She's seen one other one when she was real little. But and it was a totally different type of creature than that one. But this was huge back looking, and it was brown, and it looked, I don't know, it kind of looked like it could have been, and I don't want to say it was a bear. But it's like almost the chances of a bear in Central Texas are zero, just about. It has happened. People have seen black bears all the way up this far north in Texas, but now in South Texas, there's black bears. But up here, not really. It's like, but it has happened. I have heard of it. But they were further to the east, near the thicket, not in this area. So I thought, but it was brown, and so having just seen the back of it, if I had to say 100% what did I see, I would say I saw a Sasquatch. But I don't really like saying that because I can't give you a description of it. I didn't see the face. My wife saw it from the side. She was like, it's absolutely a Bigfoot. It had to be. And like I said, there were animals being killed in that area, so who knows. But so you saw what you know to be a Sasquatch and what you know to be a Bigfoot. Can you give us a size differential, like the differentiate between the sizes?
Between a dogman and a
Well,
Sasquatch.
you're Dogman and Sasquatch.
Um, I actually, when I moved up here where I'm at now, I was driving to work and I live out in the country and I'm surrounded by Amish
Mm-hmm.
and fields and corn and beans and all that good stuff. And I was driving to work. It was October, and I had a Sasquatch cross the road in front of me. And I'm very, very lucky I wasn't in a car accident because I stopped in the middle of the road
Wow.
to look and see where it went. The Sasquatch was as tall as the signs along the road, the diamond-shaped signs that are yellow.
Uh-huh.
It came up to almost the top of that. And I came over a hill, and when it crossed, it caught my lights caught it as it crossed. And I thought, why is that guy dressed in the same color and has a white hat? And then I realized how tall he was, or it was. And it was almost to the top of that sign. And it had gray or white hair, and then it was the rust color that you hear people say they've seen. And I stopped and looked, and I could not find it. It disappeared into the cornfield.
So the top of the head was white?
It looked like a baseball cap, is what it reminded me of.
Wow.
And then I realized how tall it was.
But it wasn't a baseball
And
cap, right?
No, it wasn't.
I mean,
but that's the only thing. Well, you know how your mind tries to figure out, like, the face on the moon,
mm-hmm.
or wherever that face is supposed to be, the pareidolia.
Pareidolia, yeah.
That's what it made me think of, was a baseball cap.
Yeah.
And I've heard of, like, the rust-colored Sasquatch before,
Mm-hmm.
but the height really surprised me, and that's why I knew it wasn't a man.
They're rust-colored, or that ruddy color of Dogman too. There's like some, near the Devil's Backbone area. That funny because shout out to Jason Flood, the guy that helped me with my BiPAP machine. I went out and had to buy a whole new BiPAP machine because stupid company that's giving people cancer with their machines has done nothing to replace my parts or my machine or nothing. The best they offered me was like to take it in and fix it and then give it back to me and just, I guess hope that they did it right and did something and don't give me cancer. I'm not taking that chance. So I had to go drop a whole bunch of money on a machine. But I met this guy, Jason Flood, a really nice guy. He would help me. So shout out to him. I hope he's listening, but he's a really huge into Bigfoot, and it's funny because we just started talking. I never met this guy before, and he helped me with my BiPAP machine yesterday to get the mask, and he's real into that, and so you meet people all over the place that really absolutely believe in Bigfoot. They believe in Sasquatch. They believe that they exist, and it's funny because it's like it's starting to be. It's still not like if you go around saying you saw one, it's still like you could still get ridiculed pretty bad, especially depends on where you work at and who you work around and what you're dealing with. But that guy, I didn't know him from Adam, and it came up about my show and that I do security and I have a show, whatever. He asked me what I did for a living, whatever. And he was like, "Oh, dude, I love cryptids. I love Sasquatch. I love whatever." And so it's just like you never know who's going to be into it, and who's going to believe in it. And it's getting to where more and more people are starting to realize that there's something going on here. This is real. I still, you're still kind of on the fringe, I guess, to a degree, but it's starting to become more and more acceptable or accepted that people are seeing these things. You're still not getting people that are like 100% like you, willing to come on with your real name and everything else and say, "Hey, I saw this. This is absolutely real because people don't want to be ridiculed because there are circles where you'd be perfectly fine saying that, and then you have other circles where people will ridicule you and act stupid. And, you know, I appreciate you coming on and telling the truth and just coming up with, and you are actually part of the NADP too, right? You're the NADP.
Yeah, I am. I'm the Indiana chapter rep for them.
Yeah. I actually have now taken over that organization. I fired Jody. Go ahead and let him know that too, by the way. I told him I fired him. And Nick's done. And Donna, you're all done. I am now in charge. You see this? Cobra. Ruthless organization. I'm not going to say the other word. Determined to take over all of Cryptidville. And so you guys will now do what I say. Okay? All right?
Sure.
Just making sure you understand that. Just messing with
I'll pass along the message.
Jen's like, what in the heck is wrong with this guy?
No, not at all.
Okay. So anyway, I'm just messing around. Seriously. I just wanted to say that. But Jody's actually a very good friend of mine.
He's probably listening.
He probably is. I was just talking to him like a few days ago. We were sitting there shooting the breeze, but I called to talking about something serious, and then it just turned into us joking around about whatever the heck it was we were joking around about. But here's the funny thing about your organization, though. You guys need to be a little more together because there's so many people that have like each I've noticed this, like there's kind of a rivalry between your chapters. Like at the end of the day, you're all on the same page, and I get that. But I'll talk to one person from the organization, and they'll say, yeah, and then the other person will go, well, that person can't. They don't have the authority to. So then you're kind of going like, okay, so where do I go? And then it's not always. Jody's a very busy guy, so you just kind of like. But yeah, I do like what you guys do and stand for, and for the most part, I support you guys. The only time I butted heads with Jody was, when he came on my live stream and started yelling at Roger, which I was like, dude, you can't do that. That's not correct. But that's pretty much the only time I ever really had a problem. Okay. Hold on one second, okay? Hey, can you tell Thule I'm on a live stream here? Like, he should know that. This is a good friend of mine. He just can't believe that. He's calling me during my live stream. It's crazy. Guys know me since 1996, and he knows I do this every Tuesday. He even watches sometimes. So, anyways, folks, here's the thing I wanted to say about this. You saw a dogman and a Bigfoot, you personally, in the same area. How far apart would these two incidents be?
Well, I saw the Sasquatch up here near Michigan. And then all that dogman stuff was in Fort Wayne. I actually sent you a map on your messenger of the area. So it's pretty close. It's within a couple miles of each other.
Okay.
And my son's dogman encounter, per se, is up here by Michigan as well.
Okay. That's weird. Like, okay, so you saw the Sasquatch near Michigan and then the dogman further down, right?
Yep. Yeah. Oh. And I've seen him up here too.
Up where?
By Michigan.
By Michigan. Okay. And
yep.
You've seen dogman more than once. You yourself.
And yes. And I actually went to Germantown with Jody and Dave and Adam. And we took us out to Germantown, and there was some kind of howls. Jody played the howls on their website, and he actually got answers back. And it was last fall. Adam and his wife sent me a clip where they were out there sitting in their van, and you could hear kind of like barks or whimpers around their van. And I think it was the same dogman that's usually out there. That's a really interesting place.
The Germantown, Ohio.
Yep,
How long were
it
you there?
sure is. We were walking around maybe 2 hours. It was after dark when we were out there.
In the city, or did you go outside of it?
We were where they've seen the dog man.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it's actually not called the Dogman. It's called the Werewolf.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Germantown werewolf there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Germantown Werewolf. Because,
You need
oh, go ahead.
you need to get Adam on here.
Who's Adam?
And Adam Davies,
Oh,
he's
okay.
one of,
Yeah.
yep. You need to talk to him
Yeah.
about his experiences out there in Germantown. I don't know all the details. I can't go into it. I don't want to try to. I'll just say you need to get him on.
Is it enough to do a pre-record? Just do a whole episode on the Friday?
Possibly.
Yeah.
It's
Have him get in
it's
touch with
very
me.
interesting.
I think he's on my friends list. I'm not 100%, but I think so.
Somebody else said they've heard several Dogman stories by Fort Wayne as well.
So because I haven't gotten
That's
any
crazy.
stories out of Fort Wayne, but I mean, I know that Indiana has Dogman reports.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've gotten Dogman reports. But so let me ask you this: do you think that there are that Fort Wayne is because you've seen Dogman and Bigfoot? Do you think that it's got something, that there's some reason why that happened? Do you think it's like something special about it, or?
There's 3 rivers that goes into Fort Wayne.
Mm.
Don't ask me to name them because I have no idea.
Well, that could be part of it, because they do search out water sources.
Yep.
I've had people who believe these things are 100% flesh and blood, and I've had people who believe they're 100% spiritual. I'm somewhere in the middle. But the spiritual aspect, people say even the reason that they come out because the water is a strong source of energy, and
Mm-hmm.
when they're in their physical form, they need to be, but then physical people say, well, they got to have water. But I know a lot of in my opinion, the reason why there's a lot of activity near certain areas like Kentucky is because of the cave systems.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's where they live.
I do too.
Do you have any cave systems up there in Indiana?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. It's not a
Fort
necessity. I
Wayne,
just think that it's a big part of it.
I don't think there is.
Mm-hmm.
There was an Indian tribe that lived in Fort Wayne as well. Let me think. I'm not sure which one it was. I'm kind of fuzzy still
Mm-hmm.
from when I had COVID. My brain doesn't feel like it's
Yeah,
all back.
me too. I lose my
Yeah,
train of thought. It's hard.
I do.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of fuzzy and it doesn't all come to me the way I want it to yet.
Yeah, it'll
But there was,
do that for a while. I'm still going through it. I'm like, but I got a million things going on all the time. So
I do too.
yeah, it's hard. So
Between 3 kids, work, and doing this stuff, I'm always busy.
let me ask you a question, Jen. So you have the encounters you had up in Michigan. What did the dogman creature look like as opposed to the one you saw in Indiana?
The one I saw up here by Michigan, I live in northeast Indiana. They call it Michiana.
Mm-hmm.
So it's up here by close to South Bend, where Notre Dame's at.
Uh-huh.
So I live about 20 minutes from the state line.
Wow.
And I don't think the one that I saw in Fort Wayne was the same size as I saw here. This one was larger. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
my little guy's about ready to fall.
What's he doing?
Oh, he decided to come in here and lay down like he's at his desk.
Oh, okay.
He kind of woke up and kind of looked around and not sure where he's at. But the one up here, when I saw it, it was across. We were staying with my mom the first year I moved up here. And my oldest son was with her. And I had seen it across from her house at the neighbors. and it's a ranch style house that's across the street from her. And it almost reached the gutters. It was probably 10 feet tall, at least, probably around 10 feet tall.
A dog man?
Yep.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I caught it going around the corner of the house.
And the color, you said?
It was dark. I couldn't really tell other than from their street lamp. It kind of was a grayish black color from what I could tell.
Yeah.
But I did see its claws, and they're very long. I saw its hand. It kind of had its hand out as it went around the corner. And it had its hand, and then it looked like the nails were maybe a couple inches.
Wow.
And one night we came home, and I have a security light out back. So if anybody walks by, it'll pop on. And we had went to the grocery store. We came back. This is after I moved from my mom's house. I have my own house now. And the security light was on, and Caden looked at me and says, "Yeah, it's probably the dog man. They're checking on you." So I went to my mom's, dropped him off, and came back home. And we got out of the car, and I was unlocking the door, and I heard 3 distinct taps on my roof. I have a metal roof. And at the same time that happened, Ariana said she heard something. I didn't hear it, but I had told Jody about this as well. It was very distinct taps on that metal roof, and she says she hears stuff walking upstairs on the roof all the time. So
And so how many times did you see the dog man up in Michigan?
I saw him once, and then I have those pictures I sent you that I know it was in.
And it was just that one that was 10 feet tall. And I'm assuming that it looked very different from the one that you witnessed in Indiana.
Yeah, this one was the one in Fort Wayne. It couldn't have been the same size. The one up here was taller.
Did they look like the same species?
I couldn't tell. Just the way the one was walking and the other one was on all fours. So unless it stood up, I really couldn't say.
That's weird.
It is.
And so what about your son? You said your son had some incidents?
Yeah, his is very interesting. So he's 18 now, so he was like 14, 15 at the time. He was 14. It was 2017. And it all started happening after I took those photos. And what started, took my little one for a walk in his stroller, and I felt like something was watching me. So being a ghost hunter too, I was like, okay, I'm going to take pictures, see if anything pops up. So I took some pictures, and I really didn't look at them until I got home. And then I realized something was in those photos. And I sent it to Jody. I said, "What is this?" And so he pointed things out to me. I was like, okay, I see it now. He pointed out the ears, the snout, the way it was crouched. And then my oldest son started having experiences. He would have something knock on the window of the bedroom he was sleeping in. They would scratch at my mind went blank, the shutters on the house. And they would bother him all night long. And we would keep our aunt's dog, and she would hide under the bed when this would happen. And I know I just put it out there. People will think this is crazy, but some people say they communicate telepathically. I actually had that happen, and he said he did too. And
And
they would
go ahead.
go ahead.
I
Oh,
was
go
going to
ahead.
ask you what they had said. I mean, what did you feel?
He would tell me that they would tell him to come outside.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I said, do not go outside. And actually, one night he had let the dog out and was outside with it. And I was standing in the sliding glass door, and I heard growls on top of the roof of the
Oh,
house.
okay. So at least one mystery was solved. We know who let the
Yeah.
dogs out.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
It was him.
It was him, and he did it, but
He's to blame.
damn, poor kid. How old was he?
14.
14 years old. He's dealing with this, and they were telling him to come outside.
Yep.
I had
And one night he woke me up in the middle of the night and said, Mom, get up. I was like, what? It's like 12:30 at night. And he's like, they're outside. And I looked, and that's when I saw the 10-foot tall one across the street. And my mom has a porch, and he said he was in the kitchen. It's like an open concept house, kitchen, dining room, living
I
room,
hate
just one
those.
big room. And he said they were looking in the living room window at him one night.
Mm-mm.
And then what else was it? I had stuff wrote down. Oh, I was on my way to Waverly Hills one night for a weekend investigation, and he called
Hold
me.
on. Tell people what Waverly Hills is so they'll know what
Oh,
that is.
sorry. Waverly Hills Sanatorium. It's an old TB hospital in Louisville, Kentucky. It's supposed to be one of the most haunted locations in
Very
the
haunted.
U.S. Mm.
Everything in Kentucky is something's wrong with. Seems like I got a few friends from there, and it's just like there's a lot of stuff going on in Kentucky. So
I could tell you stuff.
yeah.
My dad's from there,
Mm-hmm.
and my grandma used to talk to spirits.
And she was a medium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my uncle was born with a veil.
Okay.
That's a whole nother area.
Yeah. And
So I kind of do it all.
and since you have that spiritual background, how do you view Dogman? I mean, do you think it's just a physical creature, or do you think that it's something that could be metaphysical, or both, or what do you think?
I honestly can't say, because on one hand, I think it's flesh and blood, but the way it disappears and comes and goes, I don't know. Maybe they come through a portal. I have no idea. That's why I'm researching it and investigate it.
What you were saying about people being born with a veil? Go ahead and explain that real quick, because somebody asked that question in the chat.
Oh, okay. That is when you're born with extra skin from your forehead, and they have to remove it.
And typically, the story is that if people are born, once that is removed, then they have the eye, the gift of the eye. That typically follows. I wasn't born with a veil, but I was told my mom's, my great aunt, my great grandmother said it had ojo dotado, which is like the gift. And so and I remember her sitting in and it just scared the crap out of me, because I was a little kid and I would go stay at my great aunt's. She was kind of like my surrogate bolita, my grandmother, because my grandmother died before I was 2 on my mom's side. My mom took it very hard her whole life. She was very close to her mother, but her aunt, my tia Hova, she stepped in and kind of took the mantle of grandmother for me. And I spent summers over there hanging out. I spent a lot of time with her, and we did a lot of things together. I really loved her. Excuse me, I'm a little congested. But I had a great grandmother that lived there, which was my grandmother's uh, uh, mother. So she would sometimes ask weird questions. Like at breakfast, she would ask me if I have ever seen the dead, which, you know, you're eating Fruit Loops and a very, very old, full-blooded Comanche woman in her broken Spanish asks you that question, and you're like, yeah, you kind of, that's kind of weird. It's kind of, how do you answer that? You're like, okay, no, I haven't. But then again, I don't know if I have. And then it kind of scared me. And then I woke up a couple times and she was sitting in the rocking chair, just kind of staring at me from across the room. Kind of ominous, and I think that she thought I was supposed to not be afraid of this gift, whereas I was. And when I would go stay at my other grandparents' house, they had a room that was quite haunted, and it was the room that they always tried to. The vacation always started the same way. They put me in that room, and I wouldn't stay in there because it would scare the crap out of me, and I would always
That's the same thing.
Well, I always end up sleeping in the other room with them, and my grandparents didn't care, and so, yeah, it was like every time I might try to stay the first night in that room, and then I would see stuff moving around, and I would get scared, and then that would be it. I didn't like having the eye for a long time, and then I kind of grew into it, and I got used to having dreams that came true. I got used to coming out of my body. I believe as I got older, and I was actually told this by a psychic, that she said that I was born in two different cultures because it was the way to prepare me for living in two different worlds. You walk on the spirit, one foot in the spirit, one in the flesh. And I very much feel like that's happened to me in my life. One of my listeners asked me the other day, he said, we were talking about the spiritual world, and his girlfriend doesn't believe. She's like, how can one person have a lot of those encounters? There's a lot of people that have a lot of encounters, and actually everybody's had encounters, but they dismiss it. And that's the truth. There's nobody that hasn't. I'm sorry, folks. I had to take a silver lozenge just because of my throat. But yeah. So people dismiss. They'll see something, go, huh, and then they'll dismiss it. I have a tow truck driver friend, and he was out near the Devil's Backbone. And that's the other thing I was going to say. The guy that sold me the machine with the mask and all that for my BiPAP, when we started talking about Bigfoot, we actually talked about Devil's Backbone. It was amazing. Like, he knew that about that area, and he lived in Kansas for a long time, and so he went to school and grew up in Kansas, but he came here when he was in high school, and he knows about Devil's Backbone. It's a very haunted place. It has a lot of Bigfoot and Dogman activity, and we were talking, and it's just crazy. Like, he knew as soon as I said, a town, that he just said, oh yeah, Devil's Backbone. But this tow truck driver was a friend of mine, and he went all the way out to Devil's Backbone to pick somebody up. And the call, get this is freaky. The call was made from the cell phone of the deceased person. When he gets out there, the person had said, hey, I had a wreck. I think I'm okay. Can you, whatever. He shows up, and the person is deceased. The weird thing is that he was dead on impact. He had a single car collision. And the police were like, there's no way this guy could have called. There's no way he could have done it. There had to be somebody else with him. And they never did find anybody else. And he was coming back from a party, and he was all alone. People at the party confirmed it. And my friend Bubba showed up out there, and it was like the guy was dead, and he had to call it in. But the time on his phone was right after the wreck, and they said this guy had to have been dead on impact. When he talked to him, he said I've been in an accident. I think I totaled my car. I'm gonna need a tow truck. And he goes, whatever. Same thing happened. He called the police, said he wrecked his car. Or not the police. He called his girlfriend, but she called the police. But he had been drinking, so he was scared to call the cops. But she did, because she was worried about him, because she said that he eventually started talking weird. Talking weird as in, he said he was seeing a big white ball of light. Now, explain that. That's a very weird thing. There's all these weird things that happen that we have no explanation for. And that guy, the tow truck driver, Bubba, he's had 2 weird things happen to him. First time I met him, these things had already happened by the time I met him. First time I met him, he said, nothing weird's ever happened to me. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure it has. It's happened to everybody. The first incident had happened already, but that was the second one. And then he came into the club one night, and I was in there drinking. I wasn't working there anymore, but I was having a drink. And he came in, and he told me that story. He said it freaked him out so bad. He quit driving for a couple of years.
Oh, wow.
Because it really freaked him out. Bubba is 6'6", probably about 400. Big, tall, black dude. Real friendly. But he ain't somebody to mess with. He ain't going to take your crap, that kind of guy. And he said, I was scared. He goes, I showed up, and then this person was deceased, and it was traumatic to see this person. They had totally destroyed their car, and they were, it was bad. He goes, there's no way in heck that guy could have made a phone call. Just physically could not have done it. And he said that's one of the worst things that ever happened to him. But he had another thing that happened to him, too. So, and that was actually a dogman experience. I think I told that one on Voldemort's show. But I'm not going to get into that because it was on his show. But anyway, Bud was a good guy, but he told me those stories, and it was just like, man. And shortly before my friend Willie died, back in May of 2020, we were working together one night, and he just, out of the blue, he was just like, you remember that story that Bubba told us? And I was like, yeah, because Willie used to work there part-time with him, and he worked for me at the bar. And he said, you think that's true? I said, yeah, that devil's backbone, I absolutely do. I do. I think the energy there, that guy was able to call and say goodbye to everybody. I think that's what it was. And so Bubba had said nothing weird happened to him. But then that happened. That was the second time something happened weird. The first time, just briefly, I'll go over it. I think that somebody had been drug out of their vehicle by, I believe it was a dogman. I'll go out on a limb and just say that's what I think it was. The person wasn't found. And, of course, it was like, oh, well, they didn't want to be found. They took off and they left. They had mental problems. They had been talking about suicide 2 weeks before or so. But that person was never seen again. But the crime scene, what should have been a crime scene when Bubba showed up was like, it didn't make any sense. But anyway, he was one of those people that had told me nothing weird had ever happened to him. And somebody says, OMG, Bubba. Well, that's what everybody called him, was Big Bubba. And that's what we call him. He was a good guy. And, but anyway, I just thought that was weird. We were talking about the spiritual aspect of things and how people don't, they rationalize things. But then sometimes something slaps you so hard in the face that you cannot deny that this is not correct. You know what I mean? Something is at play here, I think that all the Dogman sightings and Bigfoot sightings in that same area, along with the ghosts of Comanches and Apaches and Confederate soldiers and Spaniards and all the other stuff that, I think it creates like what Jason Bland calls the paranormal soup. He even named his show after it. And we were talking last Friday when I recorded with him. And Jason commented on that, the paranormal soup. It's all just kind of there together. That's why I asked what you thought about the chances of it being something sort of metaphysical. I mean, you have all this weird stuff happening in the same vicinity. It's like, what is it? What's causing it? Are these things coming through portals? Now, well, I'm not. Go ahead.
My little guy that's asleep beside of me, when his dad saw that one, he said it just turned around and disappeared. And he said it was snow and it was black and there's no way it could have disappeared. And he thinks they come through portals. And they may. I can't say. And then other people say they're descendants of Anubis.
I've never heard of that.
I don't remember who it was. I've heard a couple of people say that, like on the Facebook groups.
Well, Anubis being, and me and Jason Bland, when we air that show, we're going to touch on that because he talks about the black dogs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the dogs being the guardians of the dead. I mean, if you just look at certain, I mean, it's really weird. Like the Hecate, okay, she was the Greek goddess of the dead and dogs. Two things you're just going like, that's not necessarily, that doesn't, it's not like peanut butter and jelly. It's like guardian of the dead and the god of dogs. You're like, why those two things? Like, it's just weird. I mean, there's not you wouldn't think of the connection there, but apparently,
yeah,
there's a connection, between canines and death. I mean, look at Xolotl, of the Aztecs, and there, Cerberus, he guarded Hades. You couldn't get out because Cerberus was the three-headed dog and the only one that ever escaped, of course, was Heracles, and he choked him, beat him up, pretty much beat him up and got out or whatever, but he was the only one. I mean, and he was also, though, his dad was Zeus. And his evil stepmom was Hera. I can relate. So I have a dad that never did anything for me, and I had an evil stepmom. So
me too.
Yeah,
that's a whole nother subject in itself.
And their dogs suck. I hate their dogs. So I mean, I don't know. I'm not. I'm reaching here. I'm trying to reach for a connection there. But yeah, but my dad never did anything to shield me from any of her nonsense, and to this day ignored it like it never happened. But that's
Mine
okay.
too.
Yeah, she believes that he's a great guy too. That he was never a drug dealer. That he wasn't in jail when I was born, which he was, and that he never did any of these other really, really horrible things that I can't even talk about on the air. But so yeah, keep believing that story. It's all good.
Yeah, mine's a preacher now.
If
that tells you anything. And his son. No, we won't even get into that one.
Yeah, we'll digress on this. We'll go back to the dog thing. So so what we have so far is you had these sightings, and you had your son in your house that y'all were living in. Now, where was this at again? Tell the audience.
Where we live is close to Michigan, close to South Bend. I did want to tell you this when you were talking about the haunted room at your grandparents'.
Yeah.
My grandparents used to put me in a haunted room as well, and I would end up downstairs.
Yeah.
And it was really weird. It was upstairs. It was like a landing, but it was a room, and there was a wall, and you went into like another bedroom. And my aunt used to sleep in that room. And she told me one day, she goes, I said, there was something in that house. She goes, imagine having to go up there every night and know that something was up there.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And I would end up downstairs every time they put me up there. And then I also wanted to comment about the phone call, because a guy I used to ghost hunt with, his mom's phone actually called him a couple of times after she had passed away.
Wow.
And he said it was just static and the phone was turned off. Like the number or her phone was just shut off, no longer could receive or call out. But he would get phone calls and it would just be static from her phone number. So there's strange things that goes on. So I just wanted to let you know, you're not alone in that stuff.
I'll tell you something weird, and I think I talked about this on one of my shows I think it was one of the early shows, like way back, a couple years ago, when I first started my podcast, back when Armando, God rest his soul, was my co-host, and we had talked about this. Me and Armando had talked about a lot. We talked about a lot of the cases that I'd gotten before. We would go over them, and he'd be like, I like that one. Let's pick this one, whatever. And we had talked about some stuff that went on in the house, and he was just basically listening to it for the first time, a lot of it, from the different people that lived there when we did the shows with them and with me. And one of the things that happened to me that was really weird was I got a phone call. And this is back, you have caller ID, folks. We had landlines. Not everybody had a cell phone. You had a landline, you had the caller ID. And the caller ID was just some unknown number. And when you tried calling it back, it would just go that do. So I had a couple different phone calls where it sounded like my grandfather. And one was around the time I found out that was near his birthday. Because shame on me, because I didn't have his birthday memorized. But and so I asked my dad, and he told me his birthday, and I just was like, oh my gosh. So it was like right around the time of his birthday. And I couldn't remember the exact day, so I couldn't say. I don't want to be a liar and say it was exact day, but it was that time, And then the other time was the day he died, which was in November. I remember that very well. And so I think it was him, because I saw him very vividly in a dream there. I mean, in that dreamlike state you go to, which I see people when they pass over all the time. But he called me, and he was trying to talk to me, and you could hear static, and I could hear his voice. And I was trying to speak and saying, "Who is this? Can you tell me who?" And he said my name, and then it was it. But it was almost like he was calling me, or he did. I mean, I still believe it. And then I even had my brother like listen, and he was like, "Oh my gosh!" We were both kind of freaked out, But I don't know. I've had some weird things happen. My grandparents saw a dog man in Louisiana, and my grandfather saw what I think were little possible skinwalkers, coyotes transforming, because of the way he described them in the Chinati Mountains going north Candelaria up in Pinto Canyon outside of Marfa. And he would tell me they were harmless. He'd see them run around the road on two legs. And I was like, as a kid, you're going like, what? He wasn't a drinker back then at that time. He did take a lot of pills, and who knows what he was popping. He was a truck driver for years, and who knows what he was on. But I believe that he probably did see something up in those hills, But I think that the supernatural and these things go hand in hand, because even if they are flesh and blood, I do believe that they can move in and out of portals, and I do believe that they come from the inner earth, or at least some of them live in the inner earth. And I think that's where a lot of it comes from. I had this guy who works at the Barton Creek Mall. It's where I got the hats done, the lids. And like I said, shout out to Kiki and Sam. They did a great job. Jen, if you want one of these, I can send it to you. We got the one with the pink. We figured we'd do that one because, breast cancer awareness is coming up. It's something I feel strongly about. My Aunt Diane had that. And so this
My
one.
kid's daycare lady from Fort Wayne had breast cancer.
It's
She had
so
a
damn
mastectomy.
common. I hate it.
And, well, hers got into her bloodstream, and she's been battling it for 10 years now.
Cool.
And I had lunch. It has been on her thyroid, on her back, on her pelvis, and I don't remember where else. But I had lunch with her last week, and right now she's cancer-free again.
Yeah.
So she's been battling it for 10 years.
It's a long time.
And it all started with breast cancer.
And it spreads. My
Yep.
my wife's mother died of cancer, and it spread all over, and it was. Hey Anthony, can you grab one of the other hats, please, real quick? Sorry to interrupt you. He's trying to eat his delicious meal of something. I don't know what that is, but yes, I want to show the difference there, folks. This is the hat that we had made, and Jen, I don't know if you can see that.
No.
You can't see it?
No, you're froze on my screen. Hold
Oh,
on.
great. Am I frozen? Am I frozen?
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
It was my computer.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, dang it. Dang it, Jen.
I need a new one.
Here you
No,
go.
I need a new laptop.
So that's the original hat we made, but this part is a little bit high up. So when you put it on your head, it's made more for men. I'm going to take my headphones off for just a second to show you. Let me show you what it looks like, folks.
You got those made at Lids?
Hang on one second, Jen. I can't hear you. I'm going to show you guys what these look like. Okay. You see that? So it's kind of like a little big for women. But these ones here, they got the low pro. See that? And this is the orange logo. We have two different two different colors. This one is the yellowish orange, and this one is the Halloween orange. So I figured October coming up, you got breast cancer awareness, and you got Halloween. Okay, I'm back. I had my headphones on, so I couldn't hear you. But I wanted to show you that, and so let me know, and I'll send you one of these, Jen. I'll send you one of these. You can have the pink, or you can have the Halloween orange. It's up to you.
I'll do pink.
You'll do pink? That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. The lady at the that was making them for us over at Lids, because they gave me a really good deal. It's like 50 to 55% off, because they order them in bulk, and it's a really good deal, and they're good quality hats. And she's like, I want one of those, and I was like, all right, well, but she wants to because she has the logo now. I told her she could use it to make her own hat. She wants to make her own hat, but yeah. So we're not even selling them. We're just giving them away. It's a walking promotion. I don't even care.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I give them away, But and the lamps, we are going to start giving those away, and at Christmas time, that's what we're building up to. We're going to give a bunch of stuff away at Christmas time. I like Christmas. I always give away stuff. A lot of people don't like Christmas because they have to buy stuff for people, and they hate it. And I call those people buttholes. But that's my opinion.
I know a lot of those.
Yeah. Well, it's like I'm broke this year. I'm broke, and then you see them like buying a new iPhone or iWatch or some other. You're like, I see it all the time, and I'm like, oh, really? What's that?
Too.
What is that? You could, because you might have to spend some money on someone else. You know what? I'm going to tell you something, folks, and you can believe it or you can not believe it. You can deny it or whatever. If you give somebody $1,000, the universe will give you $5. I'm not kidding. You do what you got to do. Okay. Give as much as you can, because in the Bible, it says that, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than the rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. And I know that's the truth. You can just you forget it. If you have and you're not willing to give, then what good are you? And I see so many people like that. They're just so selfish. And then they'll preach self-righteousness.
Yeah.
I know one of my old business partners, he waved a Bible in my face. This makes me right. And I'm like, yeah, well, all the stealing you do makes you wrong. The lying, stealing, and cheating makes you wrong.
Well, that's like my dad. He's supposed to be the preacher, and he goes out here, and he's one. I haven't talked to him in like 20 years.
And you're probably better for it.
Oh yeah. And people are like, oh, he's such a good Christian man, and so's his wife. I'm like, have you really met these people?
Yeah. That's kind of how it is with my dad's family. They really don't know to the extent of what kind of person he is. So I'm going to have to be around him Thanksgiving, but maybe something will happen and he won't show up or something. I dread, because I know my stepmom will instigate. She will bait and say things, behind, and I'll maybe be stupid enough to take the bait and say something, which is something I'm not going to do. I'm going to do my best, try to avoid it. She does it every year. I just try to like not sit around them, not be around them, because I love my dad's family. I love them all. My Uncle Jimmy, Butch, they're all great people, but I just don't get along with him. And I think a lot of them really just do not realize what kind of person he is. That's a lot of people though. They can sit there
Yep.
and then they have no spirituality at all. They're Christian, but there's no spirituality. They really just do not have any at all. And so, anyways, when this creature was coming to your son and trying to get him to come outside, was it like doing it in the window?
It would come up to the window and scratch at it,
Mm-hmm.
and it would scratch on the shutters. I actually went out there once to see if there was marks, and you could see really, really light marks. It was a like a maroon color shutter, and you could see like little marks. But I thought maybe my mom's had her house for like 15 years, so it could have just been wear and tear on the shutter. I can't say 100% that's what it was, and I don't want to say it. But as I said, I heard the growls on the roof, and I have something really creepy that happened. And he had seen it looking in the window at him, and he would say it would knock and scratch at the window. And I was talking to Corinne. Do you know a lady named Corinne? I don't remember her last name. She's really into the Dogman groups.
Maybe.
Let me look her up. Sorry.
I have a lot of listeners.
COR. She's from Wisconsin. Mandera. Corinne or Corinne Mandera.
Okay, that sounds familiar.
She's friends with Linda Godfrey.
Okay.
They go out and investigate together.
Oh, that's cool.
And I was talking to her about it when this happened, and she said that a lot of times that juveniles are attracted to younger kids. And he was actually watching Transformers one night when it was scratching on his window when I was on my way to Waverly, and Dottie hid under the bed, the dog. And he called me saying, come home, come home. And I was halfway to Kentucky by then. But she said a lot of times that the juveniles are attracted to teenagers because they like the movies and they like the video games they play. It attracts them.
That would make sense, because when I did an investigation on a farm that's right outside of my hometown, and it's in another small farming community right outside of there. And I think I talk about this. I can't remember whether I talked about it with Barton or Jason, because I've interviewed both of them back to back recently. When I did that investigation, there was a shadow person that was in the house moving around. And then there was a bunch of poltergeist activity. Of course, when I went on Voldemort's show, Voldemort Cantliff's show, he basically tried to steer me away from doing anything that was woo, as they called it, but it was all part of it. And so I went ahead and told it anyway. And I guess I'd been on there enough times and we'd worked together enough that he just let me tell it. But I didn't get into all the poltergeist activity that was going on, and I didn't get into all of the spiritual aspect of what was going on. But there was a dogman on the property, and it was frequently seen. Wasn't a humongous dogman, it was small enough to where it could go into the window of the child and knock on it, and yeah, he was sitting there coloring, and it was just sitting there with the window open, which terrified my friend. She wasn't my friend to begin with. I just knew of her. I didn't really know her, but now we're kind of like friends, acquaintances. But she
Mhm.
was walking down the hallway and she was carrying some laundry, and she said it was after hours, like, hey, it's bedtime. The other kid was already out, and so she looks over and she sees her little son, who was like, I think 7, and he's sitting there at his little drawing table and he's drawing a picture of the dog man while he's kind of posing, is the way she described it. And she saw it and she was just like, oh my gosh, and just freaked out, screamed, dropped the basket and flew into the wall. And this thing looked up, saw her, and was like, ah, and growled. And then it started to kind of like become so menacing, that the little boy kind of got scared. And at first, he wasn't scared. He just was kind of confused. It looked like, and then he got freaked out and crawled under the table. Poor little guy. But he was claiming that the shadow man, and it was a hat man. It was this guy, one of those shadow people.
I've
Um,
seen him too.
yeah, that he was claiming that thing was after him in the house, and so that this dog man was telling him, well, in a telepathic way, to come out and play with him, and he would be safe. He would protect him from the shadow man. So when they went to stay with the sister-in-law and the mother, or the mother's her mother, which would be the grandmother, they went to stay with them. The little boy started seeing the shadow person again, and then the dog man wasn't around, and so he was kind of hurt. He was kind of upset because he felt like the dog man protected him from the shadow man. Well, this dog man was not a good guy. It basically attacked the dad. Eventually, it went after him and kicked in the door, or smashed in the door, however you want to put it. But it didn't enter the house at that point. But there was another point when the mother had come home and she saw, because it had been raining, she saw wet, muddy dog tracks, 2-legged, going into another room, and she saw it in the back of the house down this
Oh
long
wow.
hallway, and it was a really big old farmhouse. And um it was I mean, it freaked her out. She was just done. But it didn't enter in the house the night that it was just I'm not gonna say his name, starts with a J, but he was inside the house, and it didn't go in the house. It just knocked the door in, and so he went tentatively outside. He had to go outside. He didn't know what else to do to get to his truck. And that was only about, 20, 30 feet away. But you can imagine that was probably the longest 20, 30 feet of his life, because it was out there, and he felt like he was a sitting duck if he just sat there and waited, that eventually was going to come in the house. So he ran. He did have a firearm, I believe, if I remember correctly. And he got in the truck and he bailed. And when he was going down the long road, the kind of there's a straightaway, then a kind of a curve, and then another straightaway. So he said before he got to that kind of curve or whatever, he did see a set of eyes, yellowish glowing eyes. And I found all this out later on. I found a lot more out. I could do a whole show about it after I was on, Dick's show. And so whenever I saw, he said whenever I saw the glowing eyes, it's like I automatically knew that was the creature. And he was just like, man, still having a hard time grasping and believing it, according to what his wife had told me. And that almost ended up in them. It did end up in them separating. They were separated, but he stayed out the farm and she went to her mom's and lived with her and her sister, took the kids, and he was still in denial. But to her, when me and him talked, He said, I really had already started to believe, and you know, I just didn't want to I didn't want to admit it to myself. I didn't want to admit it to my wife that I was wrong. Like this thing really existed. Her brother kept saying that it did. He didn't want to believe it. The brother had already left. He was like, I'm done. This is too much, and you're not believing it. You're not doing anything about it. And we're sitting ducks out here, and there's this weird stuff going on in the house, cabinets opening and closing, like violent stuff, like this woman's brother that was staying there, the brother-in-law of the guy that eventually had to come to grips that it was real. He opens up the medicine cabinet and stuff starts flying everywhere, coming at him like something was being, shower curtain yanked open and he was grabbed,
Oh, wow.
he saw a double of himself in the mirror. I mean, that stuff I couldn't talk about on what's his name show, but this is crazy, the stuff that was going on. And then of course you had the dog man, and then him and his friend shot at it, and it jumped over a bale of hay, like just leapt over it. He said it was like defying the laws of physics. That to
I've
me
heard that
isn't,
too.
yeah, you've heard that too. I know you have. So, I mean, it's like that to me is like, I don't know, how do you describe that as like, it's just a physical creature. There's one goofball in particular who's like, dog man, yeah, or dog man, it's physical, yeah, dog man. Okay, yeah, shut up, dude. Okay, every show he goes on, and on his own little goofy channel that thank goodness has painfully and slowly finally died, but he's constantly touting that narrative and missing every issue, and you're going like, dude, let's cut the crap with this, pretending. Let's quit pretending like that this is all just flesh and blood activity, because it is absolutely not. Okay, if you fielded, as many reports as I have, I mean, you would understand that this is not. I don't care what anybody says. I'll argue with them all day long. I have just gotten too many reports. The last episode I did with the Hernandez Ranch on my channel, there were 5 people that saw, I think it was 4 or 5 that saw the dog man, and the other 2 didn't. And they were all looking right at in the same area. How can those people see it and the other 2 couldn't? What does that tell you? I mean, there's a metaphysical aspect to these things that we can't even begin to understand. And now, they could be just highly, maybe they have telekinesis. I don't know what the heck. I mean, there's human beings that have it. There's human beings that are psychic. Maybe some of these things have those kinds of abilities. I have no freaking clue. But I know
Well, that's
that.
like
Go ahead, Jen.
that's like I can stand. When I went to Waverly, I took my daughter on a 2-hour tour, just a history tour.
Mm-hmm.
She was seeing things, and me standing right beside of her, I didn't see it. So that's the same difference. Some people see it, some don't. Maybe your mind is more open to certain things.
Do you think that she has abilities?
Oh, I know she does.
Yeah. And what about you? Do you feel like maybe she's just a little more powerful spiritually?
She's been seeing things since she was around 4. And I started around that age. And I've tried to teach her how to block it and when to open it up. Sometimes it scares her.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. How old is she now?
She's almost 14.
Yeah, they'll scare anybody, But
And
at that
she's
age,
been right. I've raised her around it. I haven't denied it. And when I was younger, my mom was like, oh, you're making that up. No, I'm not. Now that I'm older, I don't want my kids to be afraid of it. She is afraid of the cryptid side. Mm-hmm. She's like, I don't want anything to do with that. And speaking of that, last fall, she was at my mom's house, staying in the same room my son did. And she called me. I had to get up and go to work early at Walmart. And so I had to be there at like 6 or 7. She called me at like 11:30 and asked me to come over there. something was scratching on that window. And she was in the same room as him when all that happened. And I told her, I said, just tell it he's not here. He's moved into another room. Leave me alone. She was in tears. And she said, as soon as she said that, it quit. So she's afraid of the cryptid side. And she actually kind of wants to go with me this weekend to ghost hunt. And she actually said she wanted to go back to Waverly Hills to do an actual investigation with us.
Mm-hmm.
And they do have junior investigations every once in a while, where I think it's 14 or 15 and older. So she does want to do that. But both my boys don't want anything to do with ghost hunting. They want to do the cryptid stuff. So
It's
but
weird.
they're all gifted. And I get it from both sides. My aunt, when my grandma was dying, saw the angel wings.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, sometimes it's creepy.
I think it's weird because I have friends who they are completely okay with the cryptid thing, but when you start getting into spirits and things like that, they freak out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that
Jody does not ghost hunt.
Yeah.
He'll do. Yep.
Yeah,
I invited him. He's like, nope.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that.
There's a lot of people like that, and they're scared of the spiritual side of it. But then there's people that are just completely comfortable with the spiritual side of it, but don't like the cryptid side of it. And me, I'm just like whatever.
Me too.
I used to not go into certain areas that I knew dogmen inhabited because my experience when I was 15 wasn't of it being nice. I believe that it was actually, and I had a Dumbo try to actually, I'll use a pseudonym, Alice Smits from Australia. Alice tried to tell me that, and you know, he's such a great guy. He's so smart and you know.
And he's wonderful to deal with,
isn't he awesome? He's so incredible. It's like I get this fuzzy feeling of choking when it was on. Anyways, he basically was telling, saying that that I was terrified of that, and it made me so scared, and I was this weak person because I didn't want to go out in the field and look for it, and called me all these horrible names, said all these terrible things or whatever. We got in a big argument. So I told Alice, and he's a very dainty, effeminate person. He gets very hurt, when you talk to him in any sort of way. So I told Alice, I said, look, dude, I don't owe you an explanation, but since you're very prominent in this group, and that was a silly group that I was in, Frogman Hex. I'm not even going to say the name of the group, but that group that we were all in, and you've had your go round just like we all have. You, especially being a woman, because they hate women. They really hate women over there, for real.
They do.
They're just absolutely against women. So they asked me why I was championing feminism, and I was all like, what are you talking about? These people are crazy. I said, I just don't think that every time a woman opens her mouth on her, you should be attacking her. It's kind of it's even when people made like very like a lady's been on my show, Brenda, like she had said something on there, and Ricardo Cranches had got on there and said some mean things, and then she kind of backed off, and then it took me 2 more months to get her to open up, and I was like, thank you very much, Dogman Whisperer, because you ruined it again. So they were attacking me about my beliefs in these things, and it's like I totally have my own way that I look at these things, and I'm not afraid. But I'm not a person that wants to go out there and poke the bear. I'm just not. I'm not into that. I actually don't go ghost hunting either because I don't want an attachment. I've had to remove multiple attachments. I have my own method of doing it. I know how to deal with these things. I do it my own way. My friend calls it swimming upstream because he says I don't do it as fluidly and as easily as it should be done. And he says I do it in an antagonistic way, which I'm not trying to. But that's just my nature, and my nature is my nature, whether it's spiritual or physical. When I die, I'm just going to be a spiritual body, that's going to be the same person, just in the spirit. And I'll be an orb, probably like a ball of light that can see in all directions, because I know and I know this. These people are like, how do you know this? Because it's happened. If you don't know, then figure it out. Do research. Try practicing your own. Because some people are naturally good at it, and unfortunately, those people, it's kind of like the sixth sense. With the little kid, it gets beaten out of them in more ways than one. Not just physically. I'm not talking about just getting beaten. I'm talking it just gets hammered out of you.
It
You're a
does.
weirdo. You shouldn't be seeing these things. I was told that I went to a facility after I got out of a reformatory, and they told me, you saw that when you were 15. No, you didn't. Admit that you were lying. And I said no, because I saw it with a friend of mine who's now a preacher in my hometown. He's a good guy, a real preacher, a good dude, And then they tried to get me to take medication and say that I didn't see it. And they asked me every day, and I kept telling them the same thing. And I said, well, if you just admit that you're making this up, or that you didn't really, then we can let you leave and this and that, because part of the reason I was in there is because I got caught drinking. It wasn't like I was a 14-year-old, 15-year-old drunk. It was bull crap. But it was like, okay, well, your drinking problem's been solved. I'm like, yeah, because I'm in here and I'm not drinking. Okay. It's very simple. These people are just taking your money. And then they're like, well, but the other thing is, you need to admit that you didn't really see what you saw. I said, well, then I guess I'll rot in here, because I'm never going to say that, because that's not the truth. I'm not going to tell you a lie just because that's what you want to hear and it makes you comfortable. I'll tell you something funny. I'll tell you something really funny. There was a guy that used to be a therapist that worked in one of those facilities. I'm not going to give the facility out because and this guy, but he used to like to go out and party and drink and whatever. And he wasn't but about, I don't know, 10 years older than me. He was a young guy. He just got out of college, and he was on the bottom of the totem pole. I ran into him one time at a bar downtown in 6th Street in Austin. And my brother met him, Scorpion met him, all of my friends, we were all there. And I go, hey, this guy used to be a therapist when I was in one of the facilities, because when I would get locked up, then they go, okay, now we're going to put you in this facility so you can learn how to act before you go back into society. And maybe you'll stop beating people up, which never did happen. But anyway, they put me in these facilities. So there's this bar. And I'll call his name. His name was I'll call him Aaron. That wasn't his real name, but it's close. And so I said, "This is Aaron. This guy used to be one of my therapists." And he told me. He goes, "Oh my gosh!" He starts telling him. He goes, "I always believed your story, dude." He goes, "You know why?" This is something really weird. I've never talked about this on the air. He said that after I told him that story. Okay, listen to this. I was 16 at that time in that facility. All right. He said he had a nightmare about a werewolf looking creature that was standing at the foot of his bed. And he couldn't talk about it or tell anybody about it because, he would be agreeing with the patient that the patient's delusion was correct. So he couldn't tell me that. But he goes, dude, I saw this thing. And when he described it, I'm like, that's what I saw. And he goes, maybe it's because I heard your story, and here's what happened. He goes, maybe it's because I heard your story. Maybe that's why I imagined or whatever, and I went to bed thinking about it or something, and that's why it happened. He goes, but the thing is, I could have swore I was awake when I saw it. So I chalked it up all these years to a dream, because this was like, years later. I believe it was like maybe 10 years later, since I'd seen this guy. And he said, the thing is, he's like, I always believed that you were telling the truth. And he goes, and that to me was confirmation. He goes, but that wasn't the only time I saw it. He said one time he went hiking, and there's this area called the Greenbelt here in Austin, and he said that he went hiking with his girlfriend. At the time, she was his girlfriend or whatever. They broke up, whatever. He ended up marrying some other woman. But he said they were living together and they were pretty close at that time. And he said they went hiking and they saw this wolf-looking creature, and it was at the Wildlife Nature Preserve right off of 360 here in Austin. And they were walking. He said he saw it on all fours, and he said that it just stared at them. It didn't go toward them. It didn't move. Didn't do anything. And he just walked down the trail, and then they went back to their vehicle. And his girlfriend saw it, and he described it to me, and I said, that sounds like the same thing I saw, but on all fours. And he goes, it didn't move or do anything. He goes, it just stared at us. And he goes, it had the meanest looking expression on his face. So he told us that story in a bar downtown. And I can't remember what bar it was that we were in. But anyway, it was downtown, and I remember him saying that. And I never really talked about it on the show, whatever, but that also lends credence to this thing I saw, and I always thought it was flesh and blood. It could have a metaphysical aspect to it. It's not purely flesh and blood, because that, and then of course my friend's brother claimed to have seen some sort of vapor coming in, and he told me that in 2019. Now, we saw this thing in 1990, so it was 29 years later when I found that out. So I think, okay, this thing may not have been, but it did shake a fence and manipulate physical things around it. So how do you explain all that? You can't. There is no explanation. The only explanation is that it was something that was able to move in and out of physical to metaphysical. To me, fourth dimensional something or another, I have no idea. The thing about your son, having this thing talk to it, telepathically, telling him things, and what was it again that it told? What all did it tell your son?
It tried to get him to come outside.
Anything else?
Yeah, and it communicated with me one night as well. It would tell him to come outside, and one night, fatheads. I couldn't think of the name of them. What do you, real quick? Yes. He told me that they told him not to come outside one night. He woke me up and said, Mom, come in the living room with me. So I went in there and sat with him. I'm like, what's going on? And he said that they told him not to come outside that night because there was going to be a fathead out there, or the soldier. Mm-hmm. And we were sitting in the living room, and it just, all of a sudden, the whole house moved, like an earthquake kind of. But you could feel the ground move. And he looked at me and goes, I told you they were here. But I did. I felt the house shake and the ground move.
Did they describe what this soldier type was doing?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that it came after one of them. And he said, do not go look out in the backyard. I did not go look in the backyard. And where my mom lives, she lives in like a circle. Uh-huh. And there is the retention pond and some houses. There's a fence, then a cornfield and a woods, and a railroad track runs there too. He said the kids that live back by that cornfield said they hear stuff back there all the time that they couldn't explain. And before I forget again, one night we were sitting outside. It was after dark. And like I said, I'm in Amish country, so there's barns with cows and stuff around beside her neighborhood. Mm-hmm. And you could hear dogs, I don't know, it was like howls and barks and yips, and you could hear the animals in the barn kicking the metal that it was made out of, trying to get out. Mm-hmm. But the communication I had with it is that I was driving home from, I think I was at a ghost hunt and coming home. And he called me and said, Mom, hurry home. I said, what's going on? He goes, they're really making noise tonight. And it's the weirdest thing that happened. I've never had it happen before or after. And I telepathically said, leave him. I was going to say, leave him alone. It cut me off out of nowhere. It just popped into my head and said, it's not us. That was just like we're having a conversation. Somebody cuts you off. That's how it happened. It was the weirdest thing ever. I haven't had anything like that happen since. Not even when I ghost hunt, that doesn't happen.
Wow. People are
And
asking about the fathead, the soldier type. Do you want to explain that, or you want me to do it?
well, the way I understand it, I haven't seen one. Do you remember who has that video of that? Is it Scott Carpenter?
Uh,
Do you know what video I'm talking
I
about?
think I do, because I've seen a million.
Where
I've seen a million videos.
I I'm thinking that's him, where they were in the woods and he has the video and it looks like it has a controller on it, like something sitting on its shoulder that
Yeah, like
controls
a
it.
little imp looking
Alien?
alien thing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. What
Yeah.
was it, Scott?
Yep.
Was that Scott Carpenter's video?
Was it? I don't
I
remember.
don't remember.
I
Armando's the one that showed me that a long time ago. My old co-host.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody just said broad-shouldered, large-headed, giant-sized werewolf. That's basically what they are.
Yeah. Yep.
And
And
go ahead.
they say they have a controller on their shoulder.
The consensus too is also that they could be government created. They could have been engineered, bioengineered. But I mean, the Greys, and now we're getting into aliens here. But yeah, somebody said yes, Scott. So it's Scott's video. Give credit to Scott Carpenter. Here's the thing: the aliens. Me and Jason Bland got into that. Jason is a really good podcast. I mean, he doesn't podcast. He streams, but he does the radio, whatever. One of the things me and him were talking about was alien, like how these things fit in. There could be a connection between governments and the aliens, and they could have worked together to build something like this to see if they could control it, or maybe it's something that we back engineered them, and then maybe they, who knows how it came about or what it is. But it seems like to me they're like this that they took a dog man, okay, like very much could be a flesh and blood creature, and they just completely bioengineered it into a different type of machine animal creature. Just like the Greys are considered the biological robot kind of mercenaries of the alien species. I think that the dog man could the fathead could be that. It could be a type of biological robot. And what I don't mean robot, I mean like you're just a biological entity that doesn't really have a mind of its own.
Right.
And
And
other
I've
than
heard
for
that
war.
too. Right.
Yeah.
And I've seen that they say that it goes after Sasquatch and Dogmen.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and of course,
yeah,
they say that the rake type creatures, the crawlers or whatever, that they're always found in the same areas too. You've seen one of those. It's funny because like people say, I've seen one of those. I've seen one of those. I've seen one of those. And there's a lot of people who have seen these things. I mean, it's unreal. I can think of probably 50 freaking people off the top of my head who've seen these things recently. I just talked about it on my show not too long ago. This guy was fishing in Onion Creek. He said he saw a quote unquote vampire. He started describing it, and I'm going, oh yeah, I've heard of those. And
I haven't seen one.
Oh, you haven't?
No, that's one thing I've not seen.
Yeah, he was just surprised at my nonchalance about it, and it was during the investigation of the Hernandez Ranch, and me and my guys were talking to the guys from the Hernandez Ranch and some of their workers and some of the people, and this one guy, George or Jorge, basically just told me point blank, he said, I saw a vampire. I didn't see no werewolf, but I saw that, and he started talking about how it disappeared behind some brush while he was fishing in the creek. He was wearing waders, and then an orb kind of floated across the creek, and then it changed color and ended up on the other side. And I'm like, that story kind of got lost in the shuffle because of all the, the accounts of the dogman on the Hernandez Ranch. Well, funny thing is, Jerry, my first contact that ever, not the first guy I ever met from them, but the first guy that I met, because I think his brother was the first one I ever met, or his uncle. But Jerry was the first one that ever talked to me about these dogmen. Well, Jerry had an encounter with one of those things, and it was crawling around in his house. And this guy was having dogman activity, still living out there on the ranch, when his uncle and his brother, or two of his brothers, don't no longer live out there, but he's still out there on the ranch, and he kind of bought them out, whatever, and they didn't want to be there, and Shane's still out there too. So you got all this weird stuff going on, and Shane's wife claims to have seen a rake type entity. They both asked me what that was, and I was like, I'm not really sure. I told them there's a guy whose grandfather bought property not right next to their ranch, but like close to it, down like further down, going I think his is going east of their, or I'm sorry, west of their property, and near another river, and he was the one that told me that these dogmen had killed one of these rake creatures, and I told that story on Voldemort's show. But the thing is these creatures, where there's dogman, goatman, Bigfoot, these things just pop up too. I mean, they're just like, Linda Godfrey said, the goatman is the third party. And I was like, well, there's a fourth party, and that's this creeper thing that shows up.
Yep.
Don't know what it is. I mean, I can't even begin to fathom what it is or what it's doing or what its mission is, but it definitely shows up in weird places, and yeah, like climbing on people's houses. But then again, you get dogmen climbing on people's houses too. And speaking of the fatheads, I got a story not too long ago from a guy. I'm gonna tell this on the show eventually, but long story short, this happened near Katy, Texas. It was right outside of Houston, and it was out kind of out in the woods or whatever, and around there. Houston's full of woods everywhere, and this guy claims that his friends and him were leaving a get together, and that one of these, he said this thing had a head that was probably 2 foot wide. Had to be one of those, and that it literally knocked his Jeep over. And they literally had to go like running back to the party and tell them this thing just ran into my Jeep and knocked it over. And they couldn't even describe what it was. And only one of them got a really, really good look at it. And it said that it had a gigantic head. And so, and this guy, he actually kickboxes at my nephew's place where he trains. And he was saying, he goes, I got a friend that saw something really weird. So the guy tells me, and then that dude tells me, that something had, and he said it just like it was running on all fours. He said it looked like a buffalo. I mean, he literally told me that. It was like a buffalo. He goes, and then realized it was just a giant wolf-headed looking thing. And he said that the back legs were really muscular, but then the bottom part of the legs was kind of skinny, and he was describing the quintessential, fathead. And then it just bam, into their Jeep. And he's like, oh my gosh. It goes, how's am I going to explain to my parents that my Jeep got knocked over, and then it didn't really seem to notice them. But he said that he thinks that there was food, like fish, that they had left in a cooler in the back of that thing. It was strapped down. They had gone fishing and they had a fish fry, so there was fish in there. So maybe that's what it was going for. I have no idea, but it knocked the heck out of their Jeep. And he said, have you ever heard of anything like that? And I was like, no, never. I've never heard of any of this at all, ever. Well, goodbye. That's not what I did. No, I didn't do that to them. You're on your own. It's a demon. Goodbye. No, I didn't do that to him.
Everything's a demon.
Everything is here a demon, there a demon, everywhere a demon, demon. But that just seems to be the consensus, from anybody. If they're Muslim, it's a jinn. If there's Christian, it's a demon. And then if they're atheists, well, then it's some sort of evolutionary species we haven't discovered yet. Like, okay, right, yeah. Nobody knows what the heck is going on. So, I wish these experts would stop with the nonsense. I'm not coming out here and telling the story and then going, let me tell you what's going on, people, blah, 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 because I don't know. None of us really know. None of us do, right? I mean, I don't know.
Well, I have a question for you. You were talking about it ramming the Jeep. What is Coonbo Baker's show? I can't remember it.
I don't know much about him. I know that he's one of the only people in this field that's like really good friends with Voldemort, so I really don't talk to him much because
Oh, okay.
Vic references him a lot. So
Well,
you know,
Voldemort does.
Voldemort does. I don't want to say his name too much because I don't want to get in trouble.
On one of his shows, he had told about a guy driving, I think it was his show, and there was a dog man that was running towards the car to ram it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was his show. But that made me think when the Jeep got turned over.
Yeah, somebody said buffalo. I'm confused. No, look, it wasn't a buffalo. People, read my lips. It was not a buffalo. They're not. The guy said it was like he thought it was because it was so big until they got up close because it was dark, but they saw it and they one of them in particular got a really good look at it, and it turned its head to the side, and they all just ran. But it was this giant head, you know. I can tell you a story about a buffalo. There's a guy who used to work at NTB. And he might listen to my show still. He used to listen to my show. But he said he was walking home from his girlfriend's house when he was in high school in Cedar Park, right outside of Austin, and a giant buffalo ran across, like a prehistoric-looking buffalo-type creature, ran across the road in front of him. That's weird. I mean, he told me this was the weirdest thing that ever happened to him, and I was waiting for my oil change or whatever, and we started talking, and I'd known those guys for a while, and he told me about that story, and I was just like, that's crazy. But I mean, you get weird stories. You get weird stories about all kinds of weird stuff. I mean, David Weatherly, he's talking about the woolly mammoth, people seeing that, and I had somebody tell me that they were out in the taiga region in Russia, and that they saw woolly mammoths. Of course, that same person also believes that he's talked to Sasquatch. So I don't know. Who knows? I mean, it's just it says Jim Coombo's show is Bigfoot Outlaws. Now it used to be Bear and Coombo. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know them. I've never spoken to them. I have nothing. I mean, I know that they were buddies with Voldemort. He's not really friends with a lot of people. There's a lot of researchers and podcasters and authors who just do not get along with him because he does things that aren't correct. Like, I'm going to be recording with Paul Sinclair. Do you know who that is, Jen?
The name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he does the Beast of Barnsome Drain, the Flixen Werewolf. Paul Sinclair's written like 5 books. He's from the UK. He's a really, really nice guy. He was on Voldemort's show, and I think he's innocent. Like, innocently, he took the last episode that he was on there with him, and he'd been on there like 2 or 3 times, bringing him his research, which he could have taken anywhere else, but he put it on his YouTube channel. Well, he ends up getting in trouble, and then it turned out that Voldemort reported him instead of just going to him and telling him, "Hey, don't do that because then I lose views." He reported him, and then when Paul said, "Hey, what's going on here?" he goes, "You shouldn't have done that, Paul." With his voice like from Space Odyssey. "I can't let you do that." How? So Paul, poor guy, he was like, has that British accent. He's like, I wasn't trying to cheat views or anything, and he said, but that was it. I don't, and maybe he didn't want me repeating that, but I mean, the thing is, that's the kind of stuff that goes on. That's why I don't deal with anybody who deals with him if I can help it, because it's just, man, and somebody who subverts, I guess you could say, information, controlling the narrative by telling people that what to say and how to say it, and editing shows and cutting out the so-called woo, because even though he says that he told me that it's real, his audience isn't geared for that, so he cuts out a lot of stuff so he can make money. And that's the truth. That's what, and this guy's told me all these things. He can't deny it. He can deny it, but I mean, he'd be a liar if he denied it. But he told me that was the case. There's a lot of people that see these things, and he's had a lot of cases where people have messed with things, maybe opening portals through Ouija boards. And these things come across, and then they start harassing people and doing what they do, which would lend more credence to them being metaphysical. And I'm not saying that they are all 100% metaphysical. Obviously, this thing rammed a Jeep and knocked it over. That takes a physical creature. But that doesn't mean that it's physical all the time, just like Linda Godfrey said. She started out very much in the camp of physicality, and then she began to kind of change her views and her opinions because there was a lot of other stuff going on that she couldn't explain. One of her stories in one of her books, I think it was Hunting the American Werewolf, but I might be wrong. But or it might have been Real Wolf. She's written so many. She was an amazing author with the Dogman phenomena. But she wrote one that there was a story that I'd heard about this creature that went behind some bushes. Or it was a man, a homeless, disheveled homeless man, took his clothes off, went behind some bushes, and this wolf appeared on the other side. And these sorority women they saw it, these girls, and they were just freaked out, So, and it was basically a transformation, I mean, that's what it was. So, we don't know what we're dealing with. I got a story from a security guard and a pest control guy that saw one of these things swim across the water, come out of the water, shake off, all of its hair falls off in a green mist.
Mm-hmm.
And then it looked like a Native American guy.
Wasn't that on one of your previous shows?
I think I've talked about that before. Yeah, I've on the show. Yeah, and he just walked off into the woods. And of course, I've also been told, by natives that they've actually witnessed shape shifting. A lot of weird stuff, man. A lot of weird things. I've had people. Actually, a guy from Mexico did time in prison. He said that this guy used to, for money, he would shapeshift in front of people. He could do it. He could turn his arms into they looked like he was turning into a wolf. But it was very difficult, like taxing for him to do it back and forth, without it was like something that it wasn't just like something he could just do real quick, you know what I mean? But according to that guy, he told him it is something that people can do, and that there's a lot of people that know how to do it. It's just a matter of warping our reality, which really shouldn't be that hard considering we're living in a freaking matrix. But you can hear that from me.
That's a whole nother subject too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll get into a whole nother, But people think that they know everything, and they're about as sharp as a bag of wet mice. And they're just like, well, I don't believe I know everything. I've learned everything. No, you haven't. I mean,
no.
There's a lot of weirdness out there. I've heard a lot of people who have gotten intoxicated, and you would think, okay, this person is intoxicated. There's no telling what they're liable to see. Liable to see a parade of pink elephants if they're plastered enough. I've never gotten to that point, and I've been so inebriated that I woke up drunk still. I was like, I didn't have a hangover. I was still drunk.
I think we all have.
I think we've been there, yeah. And I've done other things, and so I'm not going to get into what those things are, but some people like to partake of the devil's lettuce, and that's fine. You do what you got to do. But I've had multiple people tell me, from drinking, smoking, dropping different types of hallucinogens, and they see a honeycomb pattern. Like they literally see what looks like a honeycomb. Like our world
That's
is
interesting.
Very interesting. And you're sitting there going like, what is that? One of my friends, he's a Filipino guy. He's a really nice guy. Frank, I want to say Boogiang. I want to say your name correctly. He was living out there at that weird construction site that I was working at when they were building the tract housing. But he told me He's like, I was drinking one night, and he's not like a drunk. He doesn't drink all the time. He says, I don't drink like all the time, but I did drink, and then I was out of my I was out of my head, out of my body. I was wandering around and babbling, and people didn't know what the heck I was saying. But in my world, I was seeing like everything looked like a grid, like a honeycomb. I mean, what is that? You get all these, you could go from theory to theory, chasing the truth, trying to figure out, what's reality and what's not, or is it all reality? Linda Moulton Howe once said that she was told one of the researching that she had done had led her to believe that we may have actually been an explosion off of another universe. And that we were kind of like an experiment, and then our universe kind of just blew up and came, which would make sense when they talk about how the universe was a hot dot and then it just blew up into life. And if you did that in a controlled environment, you could actually probably speed up the time. And so in the alternate universes that spun us off as an experiment to understand consciousness, according to her, that they actually did this, and that we ended up kind of being just test subjects, not just us, but just the whole universe in general, and that was the Big Bang, but that there was a universe that was before us that's still there, and in their world it's only been like 80 years or something, and for us it's been billions, because time is all relative,
It feels like time is going faster.
It does. It's speeding
up.
It
does.
It does. Very, very much so. Yeah, I know tax season comes really quickly for me. I hate it. I'm all like, la, la, la. Oh, God, tax. Ah. Ugh,
yeah, I feel you there.
It sucks so bad. When you have businesses, they just want to take it. It's just like, But no, I got this feeling, that things are not the way that they appear to be. I just don't. I just don't. And the things aren't sitting right with me. There's too much Mandela effect going on. I mean, there's just a lot of things that aren't correct. I'll see things and I'll be like, "That's a different color than I remember it." Yeah, 2 or 3 other people go, "Yeah, I remember the same thing." Or like one of my friends, I said, "Do you remember that? It was a sign on a restaurant. I don't want to say the name of the restaurant because it's a chain, and I don't know if I'm allowed to, but the sign we were driving by it." And this is like 5 years ago, this is like not even, it wasn't even, like recent. This was already happening back then, it was like 2016 or something, and I remember we were watching like the Cowboys game, and yes, I'm a Cowboys fan, also a Bucks fan, so deal with it, people. So anyways, we had gone to get some chicken wings or something, and we were heading back, and there was a place that was right there, and I said, that sign's always been that color? And he was like, no. And it was like, when did they change their color, whatever. So we asked people that we were hanging out with. Everybody said the same thing. And I was like, no, it's different. Freaked everybody out. But what do you do? I mean, it's, somebody said, I need cheat codes for the simulation. Yeah. And I think there are definitely some, what do you call those people? The NPCs. I do believe that too. I believe there's people wandering around that there was a guy that claimed that he was at a fountain and this girl was staring off into the void, and he tried talking to her and she just turned and looked at him, and of course maybe she was on something, whatever. And then her phone rang and she got on the phone and was talking. And he said that it sounded like she was just like answering questions robotically and then went back to staring into the fountain. And he was like, went inside his hotel room. A couple hours later, he goes and he looks. She's still sitting there, short circuiting, staring into the water. Then the next day she was gone, and it was just like, he goes, dude, I swear these people. He said, and this has happened to him before. He's seen people like that, and so, yeah, I get that. I've seen instances of this. where, you know, I was at a museum, and I believe it was me and I think you, Scorpion, if you're in the chat, and Nelly. And us three were together, and we were walking through a museum up in Denver. I think it was a Museum of Natural Science, History, whatever it's called. And there were these two people that were staring at one of the exhibits, and they were just like, and I'm not kidding, I'm not joking. They were like, we went down, looped around, came back after 20 minutes of being in that wing. They're still sitting there, like they're short circuiting, looking at what, like, I mean, when I heard millennials talk about these NPCs, I started noticing, like, maybe this is real. Maybe these people really are just like short circuiting, and they're just, I mean, are they part of the simulation? They do have lives, and they do things. They have places they live, but what do they do when they go home, Jen? Do they just like, do they stare at the wall? Are they actually interacting with anything? Like, what are they doing?
Maybe they recharge.
I don't know. There's a movie, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's like with Jesse Eisenberg. It came out recently, and it was like they had this weird parasitic little creature that they had to raise. It looked like a kid, and then it turned into like this adult. And I can't remember the name of it. I know my wife. I don't see her in the chat, but I know that there's a name for it. I don't know if Anthony's in the chat either. I can get him to look it up. But folks, you got to check out this movie. I saw it the other day, and it made me think of the whole biological robot NPC thing. And it's been out for a while, but it's on Netflix. I think everybody's been talking about it, and it's such a weird. I'm gonna ask. Hold on, because you guys go and check it out. I mean, it's weird. And there's this scene where the little boy is just staring at the TV. Well, TV is just going round, 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 and he's just like, you know, he's just staring at it. And then when he wants something, he goes ah! He starts screaming, and you're like, oh my god. Yeah, it's a pretty crazy movie. Have you seen it? You know what it is, by any chance, Jen? I don't think you do.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm not even gonna. And I want you to check it out. And everybody listening, it is so weird, dude. I mean, but it freaks you out because it makes you think. You know, I mean, it's like a parasitic. Hey, huh? Vivarium. There, somebody just said it right there. Vivarium. Yes, Vivarium. That movie is so weird. And then there was another one. Hey, Anthony, what's the other one that's kind of like that, along the same concept, but it's a little different? I don't know. Anyway, somebody says here seems to be about 25% of the population. Yeah, it does. Yeah, there's another one that I can't remember the name of it, and maybe I can ask my wife. Call her up right now. Just ask because now I'm like sitting here going like I want to know. Like there was another movie. What is it? There's another movie that's kind of like Vivarium. What's it about? Well, it's very much like that. Hey, honey, what is that movie with? It's like the one with Jesse Eisenberg with Vivarium, but there's another movie that we watched that we were comparing it to that. We were like, this is very weird. It's like. I'm trying to remember. Somebody said Splice, but I don't think that's not the one. Splice is cool. That's a cool movie, but that's. I can't remember, honey. Golly. Okay. Well, my wife has failed me. Do what? Was it with him? No. It was just a movie that was very much like Vivarium. But it was along those same lines. And I remember we watched it, and you were like, "God, this is just like that movie." It was similar. What actor was in it? Oh God, now I can't remember. I had COVID when we were watching all these movies. I don't remember half of them, but we were
That's
watching.
because you had COVID.
Yeah, because I had the COVID. Yeah, so I was sitting there like we were watching this movie though, and we were like, "Oh, this is just like Vibarium." You know, it was a similar premise, but a little different. I mean, it was different, but it was. I think it was a little more involved. But anyways, if you think of it, honey, let me know. Text me. Okay. But yeah, it was very weird. It was just like along those same lines. But that movie, you know, really freaked me out. I was sitting there watching. I was going, you know, like somebody said, have I seen They Live? Yes, They Live is another weird one. Somebody said Pulse. What is Pulse about? That sounds familiar. Pulse sounds familiar too. That's another one where we were talking about movies, but you know.
No. Don't eat my cord. We have a kitten and she's trying to eat my charger cord for my phone.
Yeah, our kitten's finally growing out of it, Martis. I'm going to bring him on the show tomorrow. Hey, did you bring Snowy? Yeah. Okay, folks, I'm going to show you something.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Have you watched any of the SPC? Do you know what I'm talking about on YouTube? From the government?
No, I have. I don't think so. I don't think I have.
Let me look it up. There's a whole list of these shows about different creatures that the government has contained. It's called the SCP Foundation.
Oh, yes, I have. And they do like cartoons of it.
Mm-hmm.
This is my ferret, everybody. And this is Snowy. This is the sister of Story. We got Story, and then we felt bad because we didn't want to leave her sister there. And when we went in there to get pet food, they said that she kept trying to jump out of the cage. And so my wife's like, we can't leave her. We have to buy her too. So then we got this one. And now this one is hyperactive and crazy. She's crazy. She's trying to escape right now. She wants to run all over the place. You just want to run everywhere. And without Elvira, my wife's dog, to wrangle her in, who's hyperactive like her, she'll just go crazy. This is my ferret. I want everybody to see Snowy. Next week, I'll bring in Martis. He's named after Scott Martis, my friend. Anthony, you want to take her?
Ariana wants a ferret.
Anthony, she's going to get loose, man. You are so hyper. So we turn them loose in one of the rooms, and then we let the other pets, they all just go crazy like a big pet. They go crazy in like a big nursery. It's just like a big, you know, party. She don't stop. Her motor is just the hunt. She's like a linebacker in the NFL. She just keeps moving. She don't stop. But that's Snowy. She is an albino. She's really cool. That's my Snowy girl. So it says Pulse is actually a trilogy. You know what? I don't think I've seen Pulse, but I think I'm going to go and check that out. She is a big ferret. Yes, she is. And then we have Panzer. Everybody knows Panzer because of the staring contest I've done with him. Panzer is humongous. He eats everybody's food. The ferrets, the cat, the dog. It doesn't matter. And he lays there and eats. He's so lazy. He'll just eat the kitten's food. And he's like, and he just lays there. He's just a huge fat cat. He's just gotten so fat, dude. Somebody said, is there a way to de-stink them? Yes, there is. They have had their scent glands removed before we got it. So they were already... yeah, but anyway, we got off track there. But that's one thing I wanted to do. Every week, I'm gonna do a little show and tell. I am gonna bring you some really cool things and show you. I have the key, unless it runs away again. We're gonna try and put it in like a plastic container, and maybe put a camera on it to see if it moves, to see if we can catch it disappearing.
Have you tried to seal it in anything?
I have, but like I said, we haven't done anything mystical with it, and we haven't put a camera on it. But those things cost money, and I'm not getting any donations, so I guess that's not going to happen.
I was thinking how the Warrens have their stuff sealed
Yeah,
in their
absolutely.
museum.
Mm-hmm. I would get like a camera, and especially once we get the house built, we're going to get a camera and just set it on there so people can look at it 24/7. So if we see it fading in and out or whatever, because supposedly it's trying to find the statue. That's what we had a couple psychics tell us that, a remote viewer. Well, he kind of a self-proclaimed remote viewer, but so Jen, tell me more about this. Is there more to this, or is that all?
Which one?
Of the
The SPC?
Dogman,
Oh,
Bigfoot.
well, yes, yeah, actually there is.
Yeah.
Um, my aunt's husband's family owns about 200 acres in Ohio,
Mm-hmm.
and Caden has went there since he was a year old, and he goes over there and hunts and fishes and goes out in the kayak, four wheels, rides four-wheelers. Her
Sorry.
husband has a cabin there. His sisters and his brother have houses on this property, and there's also the family cemetery there. And Caden has actually seen Sasquatch on that property. And our aunt does not, because they're out in the middle of the woods, she doesn't have blinds on all the windows. So when he looks out, he can see. And they peek around trees at him. And he was telling me he was out fishing and ran back to the house, started to go over the pond, not the pond, but the creek. And he almost fell, and it sounded like somebody was running up to help him, to get him up. But he didn't completely fall. He caught himself, and they just stopped. Like somebody was going to come help him if he fell.
Can you
And it makes,
hang on 1
oh,
second? I got a situation here.
oh, no problem.
Stories on the set too? You brought Story too? I just saw her getting into our equipment bag. Okay, I'm sorry about that, Jen.
Oh, you're fine.
I thought he just brought Snowy, but Story was in here too, and she was digging into my equipment bag, and then she ran when she's. They're smart once they know that the gate, it's up. They go boom. So she ran. Sorry about that. I just didn't want her in the bag with the equipment. So, anyways, go ahead. I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, he says he sees them over there. And like I said, he started to jump over the creek and almost fell. And it sounded like somebody came up to help him and then just stopped when he didn't fall.
Wow.
And same place, he was telling my mom's sister is my aunt, and her sister-in-law, he was telling them about the dogmen over there. He's also seen dogmen on this property. And they started hearing howls one night. He's like, I'm going in the house. And they started mocking him. Oh, that's nothing. It's just coyotes. Well, he went inside, and it kept getting louder and closer. They tried to get in the house, and he locked them out since they didn't believe him. And he had to let them in. They didn't believe him, and then they found out the truth. And the one brother that lives there, he hears howls from the woods all the time, and he's shot at whatever it is. And the sister that I was just talking about, she used to have alpacas, or what's the other one? Llamas. Yep. I think she had alpacas. And some of them came up missing, and they found the bones in the bodies. It was just tore up.
That's a shame.
And there's been deep scratches on trees there. Our uncle says it's a bear, but I think it's more than a bear out there. They're out in the middle of nowhere.
Where at exactly?
It's in Ohio, outside of
Yeah.
Mansfield.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I know Ohio, but I was gonna try to get there. I don't know where Mansfield. What's the closest major metropolitan area?
Mansfield is where Ohio State Reformatory Prison is that you can investigate.
Okay. Another creepy
Oh,
place.
yeah,
Ohio's got a lot of creepy stuff. I can tell you
oh,
that.
they do.
One of my buddies, Squid, is from there, and he's telling me
Oh,
some
yeah.
creepy stuff. When he was a kid, he lived in a house that had a bunch of weird stuff. Said he'd come home and his toys would be moved around and alarm clock going off weird times. I've heard lots of stuff. And in Germantown is in Ohio too. There's the werewolf. Yeah.
That's down by Dayton and Cincinnati.
Holly
But
asks about the SPC. Did you want to explain that real quick?
I don't really know a whole lot about that,
Mm-hmm.
but I can try to explain what I know and what I understand.
Yeah.
Is that the government has facilities for these creatures that can, well, I wonder if I can. I just found a video on YouTube. It's called The Top 15 Most Dangerous SCP Monsters in Containment.
Yeah. And they're like little cartoons, but they use.
Yeah. I can share that link.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to do that, that's cool.
Yeah. I'll put it up right now. But the way I understand it is all these creatures that can kill us that they have contained. And some of it's like a box, and one can change form. And I watched one that they kept going downstairs further and further and further. It's just, and then what was the last one I watched? Something about somebody in some kind of suit that took him over, and he was in that suit and didn't know it for like 3 months. That one was really strange. Somebody said secure, protect, contain. That's what SCP means. Yep.
Yeah, somebody says SCP is fake, girl. Laugh out loud. Actually, that's not necessarily true, Cassidy. Right. I know that they make it into a fake thing, but there's a lot of stuff that is real, and it's based on something that's real, and they just make it fake so that they don't get in trouble. And I'll tell you why. Because if they tell you the truth about a lot of this stuff, there would be some serious government breaches. And I know that I know it sounds far-fetched and it sounds like fantastical, but I have been hearing about an organization or organizations that do get called out to deal with stuff like this.
Yep.
And the FBI actually does get involved too. And I'm going to tell you something. One of my dads, I'm not even going to get into all that, but anyway, let's just say that there are people that do show up. Okay, when Nick Redfern writes about the Men in Black showing up, looking for entities and things like that, he's not joking. Okay, this stuff really happens. I'm not saying that the SCP is real. Me and Jen are not stupid. We both know that they use fake names and all that, but there is an organization. I'm just going to come out and say there is, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. But I'm telling you, me, Josh Turner, not trying to get myself in any trouble or anything, but what do you think these bases are? What do you think that they'll say is a rumor? You think that the airport in Denver, it's all just bullcrap? Is that what you're thinking? Because it's not.
Well, look at Wright-Patterson.
Yeah, I mean, Edwards. I mean, there's a lot of them. Yep. I'm going to tell you. I mean, I've been around a lot of places, and I can tell you there's a lot of things that I've seen and I've done in my life that I'm never, ever going to talk about. It has nothing to do with hunting cryptids, but I've been places and done things. I've been all over the world, and I've talked to many different people about a lot of different things. And there absolutely are cryptids. There absolutely are entities and creatures and things that have been brought over in our world. And you can thank certain people for that too, like Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, and the moron from Spaghetti-ontology, because I don't want to say their name because they'll sue you. So Spaghetti-ontologists are pretty damn stupid. They're just stupid, just point blank. But not only are they stupid, but they also are on to something in a little bit of a way, because their leader, L. Ron Blubbard did a lot of things with Jack Parsons and that other moron Crowley, and they opened up portals and did all kinds of stuff. That's not a bunch of bullcrap. That's real stuff that happened. They did spells and they did all kinds of whatever, and they opened up portals and they did things. Do some research, and they brought across all kinds of weird stuff that who knows what, and that was kind of the beginning of all that dark magic that began to infest certain areas. Just read. Read about it. I've talked to people, all kinds of people who I can't just come out and say anything until they're ready to talk about it, because they have careers and things like that, and they'll tell you things. I've had people tell me, yeah, this stuff is real. For one thing, I've seen some pretty compelling footage of things that other people are not going to be able to see. And that is one thing I can agree with old Voldemort about, dude. Like, he has seen some things that and he's not going to come out and tell you, show you, because he's not, how do you say it, privy to that, to do that. He's not, because then he could get in big trouble and be sued, because he's, but as a researcher, as a podcaster or an author, you do get a little more privilege. You do get to see and hear more things than most people. And the average person is going to laugh and poo-poo it. And I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of this stuff is real. People go missing all the time in the state and national parks. There's a reason for that. Okay. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. I don't go and hang out in state and national parks for that very reason.
I don't either.
A couple of my colleagues know David Politis, and whether a lot of people have an opinion about him one way or the other. They don't like him. They do like him. I don't have an opinion about him. I don't care. I'm not going to even begin to get into it. But there's a reason why his books are very successful and why he's written so many and done so well, because he caught on to that and started paying attention to that, and it's true. Now, when you come to conclusions, certain conclusions, then people are going to kind of go, what? I agree with some of what he says, but not all of it, not 100%, because I'm not sure. But anyway, there's a lot of people that go missing. I had a friend, I've been friends with Ute natives, actually had one on my show, but I had a friend who I've known for years, and he said that his great-grandfather, when he was little, told him that there was these arches that were natural arches. They weren't natural. They're probably built like thousands of years ago, probably even 100,000 years ago, for all we know. And there's people that don't believe that the civilization is that old. Well, we're a civilization with amnesia. Okay, we are hundreds of thousands of years old. I don't give a crap whether you believe it or not. I'm telling you the truth. And he said that one of the things that they would do would be to walk in and out of that area as a rite of passage. And I'd heard that before. I'd heard of them jumping in and out of these arches, because I believe that they're scattered throughout the Southwest, or the West. This was in Utah, and another one was like in Idaho, and that these natives would do that as a rite of passage, because sometimes they would jump into those arches and they would disappear. Where do they go? I don't know. Another reality? But the idea that you're going to jump into that and poof, you're gone. There's a lot of things out there that we just can't explain, and making fun of it isn't going to make it any less real. Now,
and that also discourages people from coming out,
yeah,
and telling their stories.
It does, and that's one way to keep you in check.
And that really, 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 if you can't tell, my voice changed.
Yeah, I can tell.
Ticks me off, because I don't know how to say it nicely. But how would you feel if somebody started mocking you for your religious beliefs? So don't mock others for what they believe and what they say.
Yeah.
That really, really ticks me off.
Yeah. and a lot of people were saying that it's not real, it's not real, it's not real, and I'm sitting here telling you, look before you leap, because
Hmm.
yeah, the SCP is probably not the name of it, and those are little cartoons that they did, and it would be like, you know, me going out and committing a crime and then going, well, I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm going to make a goofy cartoon about what I did and say that it's something else and change the names. That's basically what it is. I mean, because you don't want to get in trouble. Same thing here. These people
Hmm.
don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to, look at OJ's book. It's like, if I
You went
did
there.
it, he's over here like, if I did it, if I was so inclined, this is how I would, you know, you're going like, okay. I haven't read, but excerpts of it, because it was so ridiculous. Some of the things people were telling me about, I was like, wow. So he's basically saying how he did it and what he, but wording it like if I did that, allegedly, that's, stories. But yeah, it says the chat was slowed down on your screen. I don't know. Is the chat slowed down?
It had.
Yeah,
David G said there's a mountain in the U.S. where people disappear because of spirits and portals, supposedly.
Which one? You want to talk about the Superstition Mountains? You want to talk about the Mount Shasta? You want to talk about
Oh yeah.
Cheyenne Mountain? Which one are we talking about
Hmm.
here? Because there's a bunch of them, man. There's a mountain up in, I believe it's in Wyoming. Is it Wyoming? It's not part of the Rocky Mountains. It's just a couple, three mountains, and they're called something. I forgot what they're called. Um, and it's like they're cursed or whatever, And I can't remember the name of them, but they kind of just rise up on their own. They're not really connected to anything else. And I can't remember the name of them, folks. If anybody could tell me, I believe they're in Wyoming, and they're just like three mountains, like right there. And they just kind of popped up on their own. They're not the crazies. There you go. Thank you. I knew my listeners are awesome. I knew you were going to, because I felt like I was going crazy. I'm sitting there going like, I just saw it the other day. I read about it. The Indians, the natives, they call it the crazies. Just like the natives, with Kentucky, the whole state, because it's all built on top of caves, and they called it the Bloody Ground or the Dark and Bloody Ground. I forgot, because and they didn't want to settle there. They warned the settlers, that it wasn't a place to live. You shouldn't live here, because they knew that stuff was coming up out of those caves and was snatching people up. Doesn't surprise me that there were murders in the LBL at all. I mean, people talking
Well,
about how many people die, in that area. But
do you remember, was it last year, the little kid in Kentucky that was drugged halfway up that mountain?
uh-huh.
That was supposedly by a dog.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was a dog, but you might want to add Dog Man onto the end of
Yeah,
that.
could have been who knows what. And then people say it was a dog, people, it was a dog. Well, a lot of these people that just believe the narrative that they watch on the news or they read in a newspaper, they're comfortable just believing whatever the media tells them because it
Mhm.
helps them sleep at night.
And
I
that's a
mean,
lot of the reason they don't put dogmen out there. There's Sasquatch in the woods. They lose money. People couldn't sleep, like you said.
uh-huh. Yeah, this person said, what is the name of the underground city? Which one? Shangri-La? I mean, there's a bunch of them. I don't know which one you're talking about. They're all over. There's an entire civilization, an entire world below your feet. And I probably sound like a lunatic up here sometimes telling you people things that and people are like, oh, that's crazy, whatever. Believe what you want. I know the truth. I know the truth. I know what's there. I know why we fear the dark. I know a reason for fearing the dark. Um, like Alice Schmitz had said that he's like, I know why you work out and you want to be all big and strong because you're just that scared little boy who doesn't want to get eaten by a dog man. I'm like, yeah, pretty much. I'd like to live. So yeah, I did work out and try to be, because I know what exists out there, dude. And if you think for a second that your little pea shooter pop gun is going to stop it, you're crazy. You're not going to shoot these things. You're not going to kill these things. The things are not, I think that there is a type of Sasquatch that could be shot if it had to be. I'm not a pro kill person because I don't know what if it's a flesh and blood creature that we should be shooting at. But there are evil versions of these things, and some of them are pretty much metaphysical too. And so, not all of them, but Dogman definitely has a more metaphysical quality to it. I don't care what Ricardo Cranches says he can, go jump off a freaking whatever. This guy is always saying that he's got proof. He's got proof that they're real. They're real. They're real. Where's your proof? Because what you sent Ken was like bullcrap, like coyote howls and some silly footprints that just look like dogs. So I don't know what you're talking about. You can just, it's funny too when people go to like, somebody that they want to argue with, and they start sending them all this so-called proof, and it's just pictures of stuff circled, and you're just like, okay, yeah, that proves it. That settles it right there. No, the thing to me is you need to present evidence, like real evidence, to prove to me that these things are flesh and blood, and they're running around out there as flesh and blood creatures. We have no proof of this, but we have thousands and thousands of eyewitnesses that see these things. I mean, people from all walks of life, truck drivers, waitresses leaving from their shift. One of them worked at the Cheesecake Factory. She walked outside and saw one. Guy worked in a theater, or, went out in the back with his coworker, smoked a cigarette. Boom, there's something there. Construction workers, security guards, housekeepers. They've seen so many weird things. You can't even, it's like you can't even wrap your mind around it. And then people want to talk about, that they don't believe, and then there's people that want to say, well, it's all physical. Either way, it's like if you go too far to the left or too far to the right, it just becomes not good. You have these rabid skeptics that I get really sick of, that want to laugh and poo-poo at everything. Well, until something grabs you by your leg and pulls you out of your bed. That happened to my friend's dad. He was never a believer. He was over in the Philippines, and something literally, like probably the Oswing, grabbed him and pulled him out of his bed. Then he's like, yeah, I'm a believer now. Yeah, well, you're a believer now. Another one of my friends was in Hawaii and got attacked viciously by an angry spirit in his hotel room. So, and then you become a believer, and then you have these people. None of that exists. It's all flesh and blood, and if it's not flesh and blood, then it's not real. And we know a bunch of people like that. P. Pyrus comes to mind. There's a few of these people that do and say these ridiculous things. They are completely wrong, 100% wrong, because they are going down that road, that narrow road, that's going to leave you in a dead end, scratching your head, because you're looking for a physical thing that is just all it is a physical manifestation. The physical creatures themselves are very rare. And I'm going to tell you right now, I do believe in them. They are there. But to completely discount the metaphysical, side of these things, you're doing yourself and the whole community a disservice. And they say, well, people who believe in the metaphysical, the woo, are making everybody look bad, whatever. Let me give you a news flash, folks. We all look crazy to the rest of society. Okay, I was talking to my buddy the other day, who's a big time author, researcher, whatever. And he's like, this is a very fringe thing we're doing. Okay. It's not like we're going to look any crazier than we already do to the average person. All right. Just get over it. Okay. You're not going to make yourself look any more weird than you already do. You tell people that you're looking for Bigfoot, 90% are going to laugh. Okay. Sorry. That's just the reality. And then if you tell people, oh, I believe in ghosts. Really? Well, that's weird. But
Oh, I get it.
you get people that are just like, yeah, I believe in this stuff, like whatever. Not too many people laugh at me, but I'm 6'4", 345 pounds, and I tower over most people, and I'm very menacing. I know that, and so a lot of people aren't gonna. They're just gonna be like, okay, yeah, and they're gonna take the card and just go, I'll watch your show, don't worry, you know. But and you may not get the truth out of them one way or the other, whether they believe or not. They're probably not going to tell you. But a lot of my colleagues aren't nearly as big and as I am and intimidating. So people are going to tell them, you're stupid. I don't believe you. You're a liar. I don't believe in that. That's stupid. So to sit there and pick hairs and, split hairs, whatever, about whether it's a flesh and blood or a spiritual whatever is just ridiculous. Because the bottom line is, either way, you're going to look one way or the other. You're going to look weird compared to everybody else because not everybody's seeing these things like you are. So you might as well get over it. I mean, talking about, that makes the whole field look bad. You already look bad, okay? We already look silly, all right? That's why we got to stick together. We got to be a family and stop fighting with one another and attacking one another's what they see. There are people who will only take reports from individuals whose stories, and get this, Jen, they'll only take stories from people who tell their story the way they believe it. If you tell them, I saw a Bigfoot, I was a logger, and I saw a Bigfoot, blah, 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 and it was physical and it knocked down trees, okay, I'll take your story. They said, I saw a Bigfoot and it knocked down some trees and disappeared. Then they're not going to do it. And that's how certain big shows are.
Well, that's the same way that the ghost hunting shows are. Mm-hmm. They keep bringing up demons. And
well, that's what
they
sells.
Can't go in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's why I said earlier, everything's a demon. Because people believe that from watching the shows. 9 out of 10 times, I don't cross my fingers and knock on wood because I have an investigation this weekend. But 9 out of 10 times, it's not a demon. It's a really ticked off person.
Yeah. Well, and there's so many people that don't believe that there can be ghosts. They believe that.
Yeah, I know.
The spirit of the deceased is, and that's another thing. There's both, folks. Okay, I'm sorry to destroy everybody's, beliefs or whatever. And I'm one of these people too that I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I've accepted Christ. But I would anger people, a lot of people, with the straight up, evangelical view of whatever, because I don't agree with it. I can tell you right now, I don't agree with it because the Bible it's mistranslated, first of all, especially in the Old Testament. The Old Testament is full of inaccuracies. I'm sorry, it just is.
It is.
Yeah,
and things have been changed and switched.
Switch, yeah.
Yeah.
The story of Exodus has no archaeological proof. None. Not a shred of it, archaeological proof. And I have argued with people about that. Now, the flood has a ton of archaeological proof. And I'm not one of these people that denies. And they say, well, no one can take away or change the word of God, whatever. But at this point, you don't really know what that is. In a lot of ways, you don't, because it's been tampered with so much that it's already been done.
And they have hidden vaults over in Rome. Is that where it's at?
Oh yeah,
the Catholic.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's not just them, and in Israel too. Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Oh yeah, in Jerusalem, there's a lot of things that are. Here's the thing that you got to understand. A lot of people don't realize this. And there's some in France too, because that's the last stand of the Templars, But you got to look at it like history, It's so weird. We barely scratch the surface, and to think that we are only 6,000 or 7,000 years old, it's like, oh man, God, that may be when this last age started,
Mm-hmm.
But there was something before that, and then there was something before that. Look at the yugas, the Satra Yuga, the Tetra Yuga, the Dwarpa Yuga, and now we're in the Kali Yuga. And if you read those, then you'll kind of get a better grasp of how long this has all been going on. This isn't something new. It didn't just happen right now. We're just in a period of darkness, and it's cyclical, and it happens. And the book of Revelations, and it all kinds of mirrors one another. And I think that the people are talking about the veil being thinner. I believe that. I believe we're going to start seeing more and more of these creatures. This isn't going to end. This is the
Oh,
beginning.
yeah.
This is the beginning. It's going to ramp up, and you're all going to realize what's going on. That this is not, everybody's skeptic. I always just kind of smile and go, yeah, go ahead, because there's going to come a time when you're going to have to accept reality for what it is. And that day's coming.
I mentioned earlier to I don't know her real name, the pink dahlia. That the veil's thinning. It has been for a while.
Or gone. It's practically gone.
It's mesh now.
Yeah. Pink Dahlia is actually her real name. Her mother was named Pink, and her grandmother was named Pink, and going all the way back to Ireland when they first came off the Mayflower, and no, I'm just kidding. I don't even just talk.
And her great aunt is the Black Dahlia.
The black, and then there was the blue, and then there was the red, and then there was that yellow one. Oh, that one was crazy. No, I'm just kidding, Pink. I don't know what your real name is, and you don't have to tell us. But we get it. She said, "It says here, who's this? We seem to corrupt everything." Yes and no. The corruption started before us, the fallen angels. Now, here's the difference between rebellious angels and fallen angels. I'm going to tell you. The rebellious angels came from the fall with Lucifer. The fallen angels, they fell. They were the 200 watchers. And now I believe, in my opinion, my belief is that they were put upon the earth because of Lucifer and his minions, because they were cast down. So they were already here. The watchers came, and their job was to keep an eye on them. They did the opposite. They went and kind of fell into doing bad things and creating things that they shouldn't have been creating by procreating with women, earth women. And so that happened, and it created the Nephilim. And then when the flood destroyed most of them, not all, what happened was those evil spirits that came from the Nephilim, those are demons. Fallen angels are not demons. Okay, I'm sorry. There's two different things. Neither are the rebellious angels. Now, the fallen angels are locked up. They're under punishment, but the rebellious angels, I believe, are still around. Now, I've had people tell me, I've cast out demons, fallen angels, and I'm like, okay, you may have cast out demons, but I'm very, very skeptical that you fought a fallen angel or a what do you call it? An angel, rebellious angel, because dude, you're dealing with something so powerful. God don't make no junk. Okay. So what you're dealing with was something beyond, you would have to have faith in abundance, to even survive something like that. If you had an encounter with one of these, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but a lot of these people make these outlandish claims to be able to do that. I have a hard time buying into that. I'm just like, okay, yeah, you cast out a fallen angel. That's really hard to believe. First of all, I don't really think that they themselves are super concerned with one individual person who's not in some sort of position of power. Yeah, somebody just said the chronology is off. Lucifer had access to heaven in the book of Job. I'll talk about that for a second here, okay? And I know, Jen, I'm bouncing all over the place here, but I'm going to answer that.
Oh, you're fine.
Talk about that. The book of Job, one of the things that always bothered me was that when God goes to Satan and talks to him And he says, where hast thou been? He says, I've been walking to and fro upon and within the earth. Within the earth. Okay? Take the journey with me, folks. Within the earth. What was he doing within the earth? It's a freaky
He
thing.
went to Antarctica.
Yeah, exactly. He was within the earth. He was in the inner earth, you know. So you're sitting there going like, that's a weird passage, and that is a passage translated, you know, and it's so weird when you look at the book of Job. I believe that predates the Adam and Eve story. And I know people are going to go, how is that possible? I would have to go through a whole sermon to try to teach you. And I'm not trying to be condescending to anybody, or I'm not proselytizing, and I'm not trying to pontificate to you and tell you, yo, I know, I'm talking about what I believe. You can believe whatever you want. We have free will to believe whatever you want. But I do believe that Adam and Eve could have been, I'm not saying it was, but that they were bioengineered by the Watchers, you know, or as the Sumerian tablets call them, the Anunnaki. So then you have Adam, you know, who was the first man that we created in our image. The Elohim, okay, when it says God created him in his image, it's plural, folks. Translation, okay? Then you got to take the books of the Bible, which are out of order. Part of them are out of order, you know. And then you have the Torah, which is the first 5 books, which are basically just geared toward the history of the Israelites. Now, people get really confused. They were Hebrew, they were Israelite, then they were Jewish. Now, there are actually 3 different things, and people don't even know that. They have no clue because you don't know history. Here's the deal. Here's the rub. The word Hebrew actually is Hebron, which means like outsider or even invader. It was an Egyptian word. It was given to like that. That right there is the beginning, the starting point. You know, and then you start to look at like, okay, where did all this start? Where did it come from? Then there was an invasion. Israel was overrun not only by the Assyrians and then the Babylonians and then the Persians during their captivity. And then they come back. Then they wrote their history. Epic of Gilgamesh talks about the flood. Next thing you know, there's a flood in the Old Testament. You know, and so it just, you know, you start getting into this, what came first, the chicken or the egg type thing, you know. And we could go on into an entire. That's why I'm going to try and get Paul Anthony Wallace to come on, and we can talk about this. And I have another guest, and she talks about this, and so we can get into all this and like go back to the beginning. You know, the Sumerian tablets, I think, lay it out there, you know, pretty well. You know, and if they're translated correctly, that's the big one. If you can translate things correctly, which a lot of people didn't or don't. Everybody was stitching, and Sitchin's work is law. Well, not necessarily. My old co-host believed in that, but there was some mistranslations. I was talking to Redfern about that. He agreed with me. There is a lot of information that we are missing. There is a book of giants that was found. Was it Qumran? Was it the cave? I can't remember the name of it. They found the book of giants, and that in that book it talks the Nephilim where they're preparing to be destroyed, because they know they can't fight heaven, the heavenly host. And then of course everything in the Old Testament they relate it to Yahweh, and when everything is Yahweh, you know, I mean, it says, you know, that no one had seen God, but yet David describes Yahweh, you know. I mean, there's a lot of contradiction, you know. So it's hard to sit there and say that this is that you know, it's one way. And these Nephilim, who knows? I mean, what if the Dogman and Bigfoot and all of their brethren are chimeric type creatures that were created by the Anunnaki? The stargates, the portals, you know. What if the Dogman's job was by the Anunnaki's hand to keep the humans in line or to keep them from going into the portals. And when you die, your soul can travel, move. So you create a metaphysical creature to stop you from moving in and out of areas they don't want you moving in and out of. What if that's their job? What if Bigfoot was bioengineered by them to work? Because look at us, dude. We're not really made for. We're not that durable. You put us in mines and we fall over and we got black lung. Everybody's dying. Not saying that's not making fun of people like that get that or sick, whatever. But this isn't a Cobra Kai show. This is G.I. Joe, sir. Just so you know, it's you would think that an advanced civilization as Anunnaki were, that there would be they would have the wherewithal to make more than just humans. This person says there's no contradiction in the Bible. It speaks to both the realm of the spirit and the temporal. What do you mean there's no contradiction in the Bible? I just said one a minute ago. I said 2 or 3. I mean, that's the problem too, is if you challenge the Old Testament, which was put together by mankind, and said, these are the books that are going to be in the Bible, and we're going to throw all these other ones out, which is what they did. The book of Enoch, which is referenced by Christ himself, is not in the Bible, sir, ma'am, sir, baby child, whatever you are. How is that possible? Why is that? If my Lord and Savior references that book more than once, shouldn't it be in the Bible? You're right. I mean, it should be, right? I mean, you would think. I mean, how in the heck are all these things, just kind of thrown out? Doesn't make any sense. I don't know. This is my opinion. Book of Enoch should be in there, and I mean, it's just not. And there's so many different things that are just kind of just left out, like they're not important, but that's a very important thing. And so you can't limit yourself to the King James version of the Bible. You really should read more. You got to look at it. And if you want to, pray for discernment. If you don't feel like you're being, it's not true or whatever. That's just my opinion, and that's your sermon for today. I'm not going to get into any more of that, but there's a lot of contradiction. Jesus tells us that God is a loving God, and there is no animal sacrifice that needs to be made. But many times in the Old Testament, they were committing animal sacrifice. I can't wrap my mind around my God, the loving God of the whole universe, demanding some sort of blood sacrifice. I just can't. I just don't see that. Jesus says that's not. The reason as Christians we can eat shellfish and we can eat pork is because Jesus told us same thing. It's not as important, as what you put in your body as what you're putting into your soul. There was a very practical reason why they didn't eat shellfish and pork. It's like, and it really had not a whole lot to do with holiness. I mean, let's just be honest, dude. Trichinosis was a very real thing until the 1960s here in America. It was very common to get it if you ate undercooked pork. So it's probably better just to not eat it because it'll make you sick. So make it a law. How do you do that? God said not to eat it. Oh, then we better not do it. Are you sure you're not just saying it yourself? No. God said, God, I was talking to God earlier and he said, don't do that. Oh, well, okay, then I won't eat bacon. Because God said. Then I thought maybe you were just making it up. And he's like, well, where are you? Was it you? No. It was God. Oh, okay. Well, all right. Then I'll throw this bacon away. I'm not going to eat it because God said. And by the way, don't eat shellfish. Oh, shellfish too? God said that? Yeah, pretty much. All right, honey, throw the shrimp out. I'm just throw out those clams. We can't. God, Yahweh said that's not good. This guy that's the priest said that Yahweh said that. Maybe the priests were just like, well, we don't want people sick and dying, because then they're like, we're sick and dying. A curse has been put upon us. What do we do? You priests, you're supposed to get rid of these curses. Like somebody said right there, parasites. It's not rocket science. It's common sense, man. I've been sick eating shrimp, man. I thought I was going to die. I literally got some fried, what do you call it? Stir-fried shrimp. What's it called? Fried rice with shrimp, whatever, and just nearly died. I was so sick. It happens. Never got sick from eating pork, but I have, and I don't eat much. I really don't eat hardly pork at all, because it's just too much sodium. And they always put a ton of it on any pork thing. And I don't eat shrimp hardly either, but that's not because of, whatever. But you get too far out into these rules and laws. Let me give you a passage in the Bible that is definitely was somebody's keeping people under control. Rebellion is as witchcraft. Think about it. I'm King James. Put in the Bible that if you rebel, you're like a witch. You're a witch. Well, excuse me, sir. I'm sorry. They are guilty of witchcraft if they rebel. Yes, of course they are. If they rebel against the king, they're witches. They must be burned for rebelling against me. I'm the king. Do what I say. Squire, or whatever you are, Oh, sorry. Silly scribe. Do what I tell you. Put a bunch of stuff in there that makes sure these people stay in line. Mix words, change it around. What do we got to do?
Hey, Josh.
Okay, we'll do it.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
Apparently, we're delusional idiots.
Okay, well, that is...
CNN is fake news, don't watch. Very disappointing to wait all week for one of the stories Josh has bragged to do much about, only to hear another interview from a delusional idiot with tales of wild imagination. Well, I wish I would get paid for my wild imagination.
Who actually said that? Who is this person?
CNN something. Hold on.
Well,
nobody.
There you go. CNN, that tells you right there.
It's fake news.
Well, that's the place to get it. I mean,
I know, right? That and Fox.
Well, let's see here. Well, one tells you one side and the other tells you the lie from the other side. So you get on both sides. So all you got to do is just watch the news and they'll tell you everything. I don't see the comment, but
it is. I'm looking at the chat that's not on your screen.
Yeah. The thing is,
maybe. Oh, it's not there anymore.
Yeah, I think Anthony or Scorp and them took them out. The thing is, folks, if whether you believe me or you don't believe me, and I promised all these stories, whatever, Jen Jacobs came on, and she told you a bunch of stories about Bigfoot, Dogman, and we just kind of went down the rabbit hole, and we ended up somewhere else. That's what this show does. We end up who knows where. But the truth be told, I try to be use as much common sense as possible. Okay. And I try to be as open-minded as possible, but I'm not so open-minded that my brain falls out. And I try to give you, the truth as best as I know it. And then we're talking about these creatures, Dogman, Bigfoot, and Jen also, ghost hunts. There's a connection between these things. I mean, there's a reason why people have UFO activity. They also see ghosts in their house. Now, those people out in the country near my hometown, they didn't have any UFO activity, nothing like that. But they did have a poltergeist type entity in their house, and they had a Dogman on their property. Why is that? Was the dog man attracted to something on their property, or was it just part and parcel of what was it just part of what was going on? You can't say. You don't know, because none of us really know. And I can tell you right now, the world is not the neat little box that everybody wants to put it in. People do that. They box everything in so they can control it. So the world that they live in is this little box that they can open up and look and then put everything in, and then that's the world, because they want the whole world in their hands so that they have some semblance of control. You know, because and they want control over not just of their world, but over others, because mankind as a species are fearful, and power over other people and over their environment makes them feel less afraid. That's the bottom line. Because I'm afraid of these things, so I'm going to pretend like they don't exist. I don't want to hear about it, because I might freak out, whatever. But then one day when like this one guy was baling hay, sees this Sasquatch looking creature, 10, 20, I think he said it was in between. It started out about 20 feet and it walked up within 10 feet of him. It was 8 feet tall, huge, muscular. It had said one side of its face was like really like deformed looking, like a kind of slack jawed. And he said he was looking at it, and he said he was just staring at him. And in his whole life, he always thought it was bull crap. He had a brother who lived on their 100 acre. They had 110 acres. His brother lived near the bottom land of the other. He had let his brother just live there. He had been in jail. His brother got out and was living there. Kept telling him, there's this creature on our property. He lives down here, Told him that for darn near 30 years, and his brother died. 2 weeks after his brother died, this creature appeared to him. Don't know what the relationship was between the creature and his brother, but this guy's over here, baling hay, and then his son came around the corner and saw it standing there, and then it just turned and walked off into the woods. They never saw it again. It didn't harass them. It didn't do anything. It was just gone. And he was like, well, in my whole life, I never thought I would see what I saw. And now I feel bad because my brother died, and me never believing him, and even me mocking him and making fun of him. That's sad, because these things exist. And Jen came on and told you her experiences with these things and what she's seen. They tried to get her son to go outside. I mean, you've seen one, like you said earlier, that had a big butt. was, and
ghetto booty. Come on now.
Ghetto booty. So I don't say that, but then but that thing you said was a Bigfoot, right? It was more of a Bigfoot.
I think so.
Yeah.
But I don't know for sure with all that dogman activity in that area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Jen, it's been nice, and I enjoyed talking to you, and thank you for coming on and telling your stories. But I'm going to wrap it up with you, and then get on with the rest of the show, which won't be much longer. And then everybody, I hope that you enjoyed her coming on and talking, and I'm going to get to the people that I had another guy that was slated, Danny Rodriguez. I didn't forget about you. I know you were going to talk or whatever, but we ended up going down the rabbit hole. I've known Jen Jacobs for a long time. I would say she's probably been a pretty good ally dealing with some of the maniacs in this field that we've had to deal with. And especially, I call them the Glass House Committee, the community, because they like to throw boulders at people, and they live in the most fragile of glass houses. But yeah, and we've dealt with them.
Yeah, we have.
We've been through the wars, and you were very supportive of me and my wife, and we appreciate it. And Jen, thank you for coming on. once again. And
Of
I hope that
course.
if you want to talk about some of your ghost stuff or whatever, feel free. You always have an open invitation to come on and talk.
Well, thanks. I've got a ton of notes wrote down.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I've got that movie wrote down too. I
Yeah.
have a friend that saw a skinwalker at Thornhaven Manor in Indiana too.
Really?
Maybe I could get her to tell you. Yeah, it was during a ghost hunt. She invited it up to the house, and I said, no, I don't think so. I said, if
Oh
it
my
comes up here,
gosh.
I'm locking you out. So,
Yeah, skinwalkers not
but
to be messed with. Definitely.
yeah, and maybe I can get her on. One of my friends that's close to here, she has this woman. She works, I don't know if you know who Father Mike is.
Mm.
The Demon House up in Gary
Oh yeah.
that Zach Beggins bought,
Mm-hmm.
where the woman's kids were walking up the wall backwards. There was oil coming out of the walls. She actually works with him and one of his associates, and she has all kinds of experiences too.
Mm.
So, yeah, I know some people if you ever want them on.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I'm probably going to be putting people on at least, every other show, if not every show, depending upon what I got going on. And I hope that everybody also remember they buried Johnny Henderson. The Cryptid Studies Institute is a good friend of mine. And if anybody wants to donate, you can contact me or Barton Nunley about donating, and we'll send you the link to their PayPal. I wanted to throw that out there again. It's a sad thing. I lost my former co-host Armando. I've been in communication with his wife. She's having a rough go of it. So keep them in your prayers, everybody. I know a bunch of other people who are fighting for their lives with this. And even if you are, you took the shot, stay safe. Do the best you can to social distance and just try to stay safe because a lot of people are being infected. My mortgage broker's dad dang near died and he had the shot. I think in my opinion it has a lot to do with just the viral load of how much you get. That's how sick you get, I want to say something, Jen. You've been such a friend to me for so long. If anybody ever
Mhm.
badmouths you, okay, and it's convenient for me, I'll stick up for you. Don't worry about that. Okay, just so you know. I'm just kidding, Jen. If you need anything,
Oh, you're cutting out.
you're holler at me.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, you
It
didn't
cut
hear
out.
me? I was making a joke. I made a joke. I said,
No, I'll
I
laugh.
said you've been such a good friend to me that if you ever need anything and it's convenient for me, then I might help you out. Okay, see you later.
Okay.
But
So my daughter's wanting to move to Texas. So
bring them on.
that'll work
Texas
out
is
then.
great. It's awesome, and then we could be friends. We go ghost hunting or whatever. I'll go with you there, and then I'll drop you off, and then when you're done, me and Nelly can come back and pick you up, and then we'll say, hey, how'd it go? you know. But yeah, I got a friend who owns a. Well, his buddy actually owns a lot of video equipment, and he can make documentaries because he works
Oh,
for a
my
very large company. He works for a very famous director. But anyway, I've been thinking about doing documentaries for a while. I've been talking to Ken Gerhard and Lyle Blackburn and Barton about putting together like going and doing on location type thing. And it's something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and everybody's kind of on board with it. We just got to get the time. And then, of course, COVID is just a mess. It's got everything a mess. When COVID hit, I was in the process of doing trying to build a Dogman conference with Ken Gerhard, and then we had Linda Godfrey willing to go. We had some other people, but then COVID destroyed that, and then during this past 2 or 3 weeks while I was sick, or I got the 2 weeks I hadn't been sick, but the 3 weeks before that was when Lyle was supposed to come and be on the show live, and he was going to do a Q&A and let people ask him questions. And we thought, yeah, it's going to be great. We're going to have you on the show, and then we're going to do our record, me and him, and we're going to talk about a couple of his books that he had written, and talk about all kinds of stuff. And the guy's a very interesting guy. He's got a band called Ghoultown, which I really like. And so it was him having COVID first, and then when he got over it, I got it. So we just never could coordinate it, and now October's upon us. It's about to be. So I'm going to be doing probably 1 or 2 shows a week. That's kind of the plan. I don't know if I'm going to go along with it. I don't really like going to other people's shows. I don't like the strictures of it, I like to be free. But I'm probably going to do at least 3, possibly 5 or 6 if I want to, but I don't know. But Ken and Lyle are going to be making the circuit every weekend, going out and doing whatever they're going to do. And so, yeah, it'll be a while before we can get this going. But especially when it comes to Honey Island, where Dana Holyfield is, I definitely want to go down there when it's cool, because I don't want to be in the swamp being attacked by bugs, middle of summer. So, yeah, when things slow down, maybe in November, we might try to head down there. It might be a good time to go, because then the tree coverage isn't so thick either. But I have a person that just sent me a story about the Honey Island swamp monster. And at some point, I would like to, if you guys do decide to come to Texas, I would like to put together some huge conference, and I would like to do it in Fort Worth, because Fort Worth is up north Texas and more easily accessed from other states. So we could do a conference up there and just get everybody to come, that's involved in the Dogman phenomena, and get everybody, and we can get people to come up and speak and say what they got to say, and they can talk about their experiences and whatever.
That would be a really good setting for them.
Mm-hmm. And some Bigfoot too, but I don't want the argumentative Bigfoot people there, because then, I just gonna be like, look, dude, and because some of the people in the Bigfoot community don't believe in Dogman. And believe it or not, there's some Dogman people that think that all the Bigfoot are just. And somebody argued with me the other day, which I thought was completely ridiculous. But she's like, all these are misidentified. They're just Dogmen, and they're just misidentifying them. And I'm like, no. Okay, some have snouts and some don't. How does that work? But it's stupid people logic, and I'm sick, tired of dealing with that. It's like, let's use some common sense. Let's be open-minded, but let's use some common sense. And that's
there's a big difference.
Yeah, big short supply.
Look at the hocks on the legs. Bigfoot has straight legs. Dogmen have hocks. They have a snout, pointy ears. Yeah, they have claws.
I mean, the beast of the LBL. That's another thing that's intriguing, because the multiple witnesses have now said, hey, this thing has like normal looking legs, or even one person described it as like monkey legs.
Monkey legs?
Yeah, like monkey type. They were like devil monkey looking creatures. And I remember that from a story that was given to me. But I unfortunately kind of kicked the story out. And I made some mistakes early on too, along with Armando, my first co-host, because we would get stories from people, and they would have 5 or 6, 7 encounters with different things, and we'd be like, I don't really buy into this, I don't think this is. Then you start realizing it's people that are experiencers, and I was like, I started talking to Armando about it. I said, it's no different than me. I've had a lot of weird experiences, a lot, but I remember a lot of things too. Some people don't have good memories, but then you also have. Most of mine are really just spiritual. I mean, except for the Dogman. I just really haven't seen a lot of physical flesh and blood creatures, that I can say are cryptids. I really can only say 100%. I've seen it, blue dog, 100%. I saw that. My
What
wife
is it?
even saw. Yeah, they call them chupacabras, Texas chupacabra, but they're
Oh,
really
okay.
just blue dogs. And so I saw that. So I can say, but that's not really like a rare cryptid. A lot of people see it. But then again, I did see the dog man. So looking at, from a cryptid standpoint, my wife has seen Bigfoot. I haven't, and so, and she swears the second time she saw it was when we were out there at this job site, um, and I saw something. I mean, I don't know. I can't say 100% what it was. So I don't chalk that up to being, um, anything physical. But I definitely think that there are people who are experiencers. And in the early going, I had a guy reach out to me recently and said, Sal had kind of kicked his story out. And I said, yeah, we're both kind of guilty of that. We did that. And I feel bad about that. But yeah, one of the stories from the LBL was that there was these kind of rangy looking, I guess you would call them, like I say rangy, kind of skinny uh,
Hmm.
looking critters that attacked these people while they were out there drinking beer, and they were shooting beer bottles, and which they weren't supposed to be doing, but they did it, and then these creatures showed up, probably from the noise. And the thing is, they weren't afraid of their guns. Like a lot of times, you'll hear about people leveling a gun at a dogman or a Bigfoot, and they know what that is. These creatures seem to be kind of wild and didn't really care about their guns and attacked their truck. And so one of the guys said, "Oh, I guarantee you, we hit at least two of them." And they just kind of they would just kind of stop. They didn't go fall down or anything, but the other ones would keep pursuing. And I just thought this story is very fantastical. I don't really believe it, And so I just kind of threw it out. And then I learned about doing that, because I went back into some of my notes from way back, and I wrote down pretty much everybody's stories. But then when I moved them to the computer, it was kind of like, well, that one sounds silly, but you can't just discount stuff
Hmm.
because people see a lot of weird stuff, you know what I mean? And there's people I believe that are more open to it. Like you were saying, the veil, they're born
Oh,
with
yeah.
the gift, or the curse, however you want to look at it. And I believe
Like
that I was one of those people.
my mom is very closed-minded, or
Like my
however you say
dad.
it, closed mind. Yeah. But her sister, the one that saw the angel wings when my grandma was passing, complete opposites. And my mom's actually had spirit animals come through her living room, and she called me scared to death. She said, "There's something in my living room," but yet she doesn't believe in it.
Hmm.
So,
I mean, I
it's
had,
just,
speaking of Indiana, this
oh
was right
gosh, what?
outside of Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
Um, little bitty, a small town. I think it was north of it.
Carmel?
I'm trying to
No, that's
remember.
big.
It wasn't a very big place, but this guy, and I don't know what it is about men, guys. We got to do better, okay? Because women seem to see these things, and they always seem to kind of catch on before the man does. And you're just like, and this guy was like, I don't know, I saw a shadow, blah blah blah. They had what looked like two Union soldiers, Civil War looking soldiers, literally walk through their house and through the wall and disappear while they were sitting at the dinner table with their children,
Wow.
with like three kids. Like the five people saw this. And then on another occasion, a great aunt that came to stay had something at the foot of her bed that looked like a soldier.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
and then the dad was just like, well, that's not really proof to me. I'm like, I just, I couldn't even talk to this man anymore. I was just like, so, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm done. Everybody in your family saw this. And he said that and this was what really aggravated me about this dude. He said, I was the only grown man that witnessed this. And after I really thought about it, I forgot how he worded it. He said, after I put a lot of thought into it, I realized that it was just the women being hysterical and making the kids hysterical. And I said, but you did see. He goes, yeah, but it was probably because they were seeing it, so they made me see it.
So it was mass hallucination?
Yeah, and I'm just like, how do you rationalize that? Like, I mean, it's weird. I've seen people do it. I mean, and then you got people who. There was a guy I used to work with, this old guy, and he was from Bastrop, Texas, and he claimed one day we were just sitting there talking, and I was talking to one of the workers that worked there who was big time into ghosts and stuff like that. We were talking, and that old guy goes, his name was Silvernell. That was his last name. And he goes, I've seen a ghost. And I was like, he never had said anything about it before. And I was like, you have? And he goes, just about every night my house is haunted. He goes, but it stays down near the kitchen living room area. So I hardly ever deal with it. But if I go down there to get a snack, I'll see it. He goes, it just looks like an old man, like an old. And he goes, it's probably the guy that used to own the house. He goes, we've been there for 24. At that time, he had said it's 24 years. And he goes, and I've been seeing it for years. It's just there. And so you're sitting there listening to this guy tell this story. And he says he'll be upstairs and he'll hear bumping and whatever. And he said that him and his wife, they raised their kids in that house and they all just kind of got used to it. And it never did anything. It just was there. It was just there, And it's weird, And so he accepted it. He wasn't like, but some people will have just absolutely just bone-chilling encounters, and then they rationalize it. Like, literally, they'll rationalize it all the way. Like, they're just like, I don't know how these people, they just close their eyes and just, it's not real, it's not real, it's not real. If you say enough times, it goes away. I don't know how they rationalize it. I don't know, and I don't care. I'm just not one of those people.
I've seen stuff since I was little, and I can't do that because I know it's there.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And you were talking about somebody saw, was it a Sasquatch or a dog man at the end of their bed?
Yeah.
When you said that, it triggered a memory for me. For my parents were divorced. They got divorced when I was 7, so I was probably 5 or 6. I remember dreaming about a Bigfoot at the end of my bed. I think I was dreaming, I don't know. But to me, it was at the end of my bed. And I still remember it vividly to this day. So.
Yeah, that's weird.
I've had some weird stuff.
That's like the therapist that had told me, years later at the bar, that he believed me and that he had, he had that whatever, you want to call it. He was really worried about talking about it too, because he believed that if we talked about it, something would happen, I don't know. I mean, and he wasn't the only one. There was a few other people I'm going to get into this one of these days. I'll probably tell this story again on the show, but I was walking with 2 of the guards to go from one unit to the front to pick up some food or something. I don't remember exactly what was going on. I don't remember what we were going for. I know that in that facility it was pretty lax, and if you behaved, that on the weekend you could order like pizza or something, I think. I mean, we were still locked up, but it was a very laxed facility. It was like once you get to a certain point, you get more privileges, so you get sent to a different unit. So I think I was going to the front. It was in San Marcos. And I think I was going to the front to get like a pizza or something, and we saw the first time I saw what looked like a fairy. And it was me and two of these guys, and then I always thought, man, did I really see that? It was so weird. Then one of the guys, I ran into him at the club I used to run years later, and he was in there hanging out, and we started talking, and he remembered me. He's like, oh, hey, what's up, man? Because it had been 5-6 years, and we started talking, and he asked me if I remembered that, and I was like, yeah, I do. I was like, that's what it was, right? He goes, it must have been, because it had to be. And there was another guy that was with us too, and just crazy, dude. I mean, it's just, and that was the first time I saw it. And I saw it in my Aunt Linda's yard one time too. And she goes, "Oh, I see those all the time." I'm like, but she's kind of that way, she's real in tune with stuff, Um, but it's weird, you see things and I'll have other people with me. And I honestly don't believe that those people would see those things, on their own, more than likely. Some of them
I don't
maybe.
either.
Yeah, and probably the same way with you. You probably are like that. My wife's like that. You guys have seen things, and
Hmm.
it sucks when people go, "Oh, you didn't," whatever. Some people are born that can see through the veil. That's just the way it is. People need to accept that, and I don't think it's all that special, really. I think a lot of people are capable of it, but they shut themselves off to it because it makes them afraid.
And they're told their whole lives it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Oh,
Like my mom tried to put my fire out for it, and it didn't work out real well for her, did it?
yeah. Sometimes it just
But
strengthens your conviction.
and I blame Scooby Doo for it. I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Um, the the same house, I wanted to tell you real quick. The same house I had that vision of the Bigfoot in. The first thing I saw there was an elemental spirit looking in the window at me,
Mm.
and I was probably four,
And
3 or 4.
elementals are a kind of like a force of nature. They
Hmm.
exist. They're ancient, and they typically follow one of the four elements. Um, what was yours?
Um, I remember he looked like a tree.
Yeah, Earth.
That's all. To me, I was little, and I was in my mom's bedroom and looked out the window. We lived in the like just outside of town. And I looked out the window and he was looking in at me. And to me, like I said, I was young. He looked like a tree. Like that's all I remember. He was tall and thin. I know it sounds weird, but
No, I mean
you
that's an
know,
elemental because they can look like trees, and then there's fire, and then there's those
hmm.
that are just like wind. And there again, the Muslims would classify those as jinn. But then
And
again,
I have a friend in Fort Wayne that I used to work with. She's from oh, I don't remember where she's from. She's Muslim, and oh, it's going to drive me nuts because I just had it there. But her house had a gin in it at one time.
mm, typically that's a regional thing too. Like the fairies are from the Isles, and then of course you
Hmm.
have different types. You have gnomes up in the Scandinavian countries, and I was actually going to do a show real soon about the little people and the different types. We're going to get into. Might be a two-parter, I don't know, but we've done a whole bunch of different stuff. Scorpion, I don't think Nelson was being saying anything smart. I think he was just saying, we're still going," and yeah, we are still going, but we're gonna cut it off here.
Yeah.
I was Jen Jacobs. I will talk to you again. We will
Oh, yeah.
talk again, and
Yeah, and I'll have them reach out to you.
yeah,
So, and if anybody wants to follow me or check out the website, it's Eclipse Paranormal. I'm on Facebook. I also have the NADP page up on
hmm
Facebook. It's the Indiana chapter.
yep, and I'm friends with all of the NADP organization.
Yep. And I was thinking, and I'll try to get a hold of them. And if you guys want to watch the live feeds this weekend of World's Largest Ghost Hunt, starts Friday night at 11:45 and goes until midnight Saturday, Sunday morning.
Yeah.
So wish me luck.
Yeah, absolutely. That thing that looks cool, man. If I get the time to do it, I'll do it. I know I got a recording with Paul Sinclair. I got to do it at midnight Friday night because that's six
Oh wow.
a.m. his time, and he gets up early. So we coordinated that. And then when I do his show on the 7th, I gotta get up and be up, early to do it. Which coming off of, you know, the night before and being the night dispatch basically for my company that we run. It's kind of hard, but I told him I'd do it because I like Paul Sinclair and I think he's a great author and I think he's a great guy. Got an amazing did a lot of amazing work on the Flixton Werewolf. Everybody's gonna enjoy those shows. Jen, I appreciate you coming on, talking Bigfoot, Dogman, and everything in between, ghosts and
creepy stuff.
So I appreciate it, and we will talk again.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem.
Tell Nellie hi.
I absolutely will. She's probably listening. Poor thing, she probably fell asleep listening to me blab over here. But everybody, thanks for hanging in there. I'm gonna let you go, Jen. I'm gonna talk to my fans real quick before I head out.
Alrighty. Well, thanks everybody. Have a good night. I'm going to bed. I have to be up at 6. So.
Oh man. Okay. I'll see you.
All right. Thanks.
All right, bye.
Bye.
So that was Jen Jacobs. I was reading some of the comments here. Tanya Willis says, wow, I've been watching from the beginning and somehow this jumped back to about an hour ago. I don't understand how. What do you mean? Pink Dahlia is the name of somebody who was on here. Let me take these headphones off. Oh, they're killing me. The SPC is the acronym for secure. Oh God, somebody said it earlier. Secure something and contain. I forgot what the P stands for. I'm so tired. But anyways, this person says, ever think about why would you even ask me that question? Anyways. Yeah, I do think about him whenever I think about the things he said when my mom died. That's what I think about. And how his troll army came after me. That's what I think about. While I was dealing with my mother's death. That's what I think about. I'm gonna say something about that real quick. How do any of you out there, I'm not talking about just people watching much, anybody out there in the entire cryptid or paranormal community think you know this guy better than I do? Because there's probably nobody out there that has spent more hours working with this guy or talking to this guy. I've been on the show 12 times. Some of those shows were 3 hours long. Try to secure, protect, and contain. There it is. Anyways, do you think you know him better than all these people that were defending him during all that? I know he's a good guy. I know. You don't know anything. You don't know crap about this guy. I know way more than you do because I spent hours talking to this guy and listening to him and his warped view of things and all the people he disliked, which was a list as long as a Texas Tall Tale. It was just unbelievable. Didn't like Linda Godfrey. Didn't like Lance Strickler. Didn't like Butch Witkowski. Didn't like Dark Waters. The Jody Cook. The list goes on and on and on. Don't deal with this person. Don't deal with that person. These people are all crappy people, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So stop defending the guy. Stop talking about how great a guy he is because he gets on there and goes, yeah, I just want to help people. Yeah, oh, yeah. Please, dude. You help people by stop BSing with the show. Just shut your show down. Stop, telling the bullcrap. It's ridiculous. I mean, guy's done so much crap, I can't even tell you. I get just constantly people telling me about it. I don't even want to hear about it anymore. But if he did do something wrong to you and you want somebody to talk to, that's fine. Tell me. I'm not going to turn you away. If you're a listener of my show, You're family. We are PRT. We are family. We defend each other from the outsiders. If they're going to mess with us, we're going to mess with them. His mistake was thinking that his troll army was going to beat you guys, the paratroopers. We tore him a new butthole. I was just impressed. Somebody even said, how can you, with 15,000 viewers, take on 70,000, whatever. First of all, I don't think he really has that many. I think that's all. I'm not even going to get into it. Plus, I have several different platforms that I'm on. So it's not just 15,000 people. There's a lot more. And it doesn't take, overwhelming numbers to win a fight when you're committed and your people are actually in the fight and committed to helping you out. The PRT family flexed on these guys. We flexed on them big time. When he made that last post about April Henderson dying, whatever, and he was referring to that, trying to say he would never, say what he did, which he did. Guess what? I messaged him. I said, I dare you to leave those negative comments up. Stop taking the comments down. Let's see what ends up happening. 3-1, overwhelmingly against him and what he was doing, what he said. That's it. PRT is going to grow. Those that have been with me from the beginning, you're very special to me. Those of you who just joined, you're very special too. And you get in here and you start listening, go back, catch up, listen to all the episodes. I got a lot of people from this community that watch my show, that listen to my program, that actually enjoy listening to it. Jason Bland said he went back and he listened to several of my episodes. Barton Nunley listens to it. Lyle Blackburn. I got a lot of friends. And I count them amongst my colleagues. And people say, well, yeah, you came along a few years ago, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? I'm late to the party. Guess what? I brought the best booze. What's up? We doing this? I was Johnny come lately down on 6th Street too. All the guys that became my people were already down there and established when I showed up down there. And I fought my way to the top. That's what you do, right? You put in the work. Put in hard work. Stop being lazy, okay? Stop using people. Don't go make a sandwich while somebody's telling you a story, or go take a dump or whatever it is you're doing. Don't edit things to make them sound more fantastical or less fantastical or whatever it is. Let people tell their stories. Don't lead them and tell them what to say. How about that? How about you let your guests come on and tell the whole story, the truth, instead of just taking out one little section of it and cutting it out and putting it on there? Because that's what you're doing. And I don't give a crap who. The truth is the truth. You want the watered down version of life, or do you want the real version? It's up to you. People telling me that he's a good guy and that I should do this and do that. You have no freaking clue. Have you worked with the guy? Have you heard him say things? Have you heard the way he talks about people? He mocks his own fans, folks. Okay? That's what he does. He calls them idiots, fools. He knows you're a bunch of fools, according to him. I've heard him say it. People are idiots. They'll believe anything. They'll do anything, whatever. And then his guests, that they're delusional and all this other. This guy doesn't even believe in any of this. It's just a way for him to make money. And I'll challenge him to any debate anytime he's ready. Let him bring himself on. But he's not geared for that. He's not built for that. He's not built like that. He's built to sit there and listen to people talk and go, I can't believe that I go take a dump. That's what he's geared for. Tired of hearing about him. I don't want to hear about this guy no more. Get him. I just don't want to talk about this fool. I don't want to. I'll never follow fools, and I'm not going to. Best thing ever happened to me, waking up to the reality of what he is. Get your loyalty in the wrong place. Anyways. Yeah, Scorpion, you know. Scorpion just said, I've listened in on a few conversations and heard him make fun of the people he's interviewing. Yeah. That's absolute truth. Pink Dahlia, no, the war is over. Well, the war is stopped. Let's put it that way. There were some battles that were fought because some things that were said when my mother died. He chose to attack me on the day my mom died, like maybe 4 or 5 hours after I announced that my mother had passed. And I made that video for the people who knew my mother that were on my Facebook, and just to say, hey, my mom's gone. During COVID, I saw my mother a lot. I don't know. So I don't know. Life is short, folks. You got to choose what you want to do, who you want to believe. I could sit here and tell you everything wrong with that individual and his sycophants that he's surrounded himself with, but that's a waste of time. Let my work speak for itself. Cassidy Rose, no, I would not. Now, in private, I'll talk, but not on any sort of, because I know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff with the conspiracies and stuff. We don't get into it because it's a good way to get, in trouble. But yeah. Thank you, Steph. I love you guys too. I love all of you. You're my paratroopers. We're in this together. I'm no better than you are. Every one of you is just as good as I am. We're all in this together. And I'm never going to just get a story from you and then never talk to you again. I don't do that. It's like, well, I'm done with you. See ya. If you're not giving me information, I don't need to hear, that's a sociopath. That's somebody who treats people the way they treat them. They don't care. This is your first live. You should go back and listen to the whole LBL series. We did a lot of work on that. If anybody can help me, that can't help me. I'm just help us get this business venture off the ground, because like I said, I'm not interested in making money off of it. I've told these guys all I want is to break even. And so that guys like Lyle Blackburn, Ken Gerhard, Barton Nunley, Linda Godfrey, they're not rich, folks. They're not. They don't make a ton of money off of their work. They are people who have put a ton of time, energy, and effort into their work. And they haven't been rewarded correctly. I don't want to see them go off into the, and not be as recognized, and then not have ever gotten really paid for what they've done. And so making the action figure line and putting them all together and putting them with the cryptids, because we're going to do like a cryptid with the figure, with it. And when Charlie comes on, we're going to talk about that. I want that. Well, Ron Nelson, hey, send it to me. Hit me up on Facebook. Any of you guys want to be friends on Facebook? Hit me up. Send me a message on Messenger. If you want to be friends on Facebook, let's be friends. and I'll listen to your story. We'll get you on. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. I'll do the best I can. Try to get everybody I can on here. There's just a ton of stories, ton of material to go through. But like Nick Valente said, it's like you'll never run out of material unless you're just lazy. But everybody wants a free meal, free lunch. Hard work. That's what it takes. And if you're putting in tons of hard work and it's still not happening, then try working differently. Go for something else. But you never stop working hard. You just find another way to work hard. Anyways, folks, like I said, we're going to be giving away these hats. I'm going to post the link. I'm going to post it onto my Facebook group. We are at 6,500 members, approaching 6,600. I would love to hit 7,000 by the end of the year. If y'all could help me rustle up another 500 people, shouldn't be too hard, or 400 people. We'll do something big. We'll do some serious giveaways. All right? We'll do it. Well, I'm gonna give away some of these hats next month. Breast cancer awareness with the black and pink hats, the women, and like I said, these with they're the smaller brim. They're not the same as these. This is more for men. It's a little stiffer, and these have the lower profile, and then where the women can put their beautiful ponytails on the back. And this is the Halloween colors, and these hats are free. I paid for them out of my own pocket, and we're going to give them away. Okay, so folks, we're going to do that. Somebody said I missed the question. What was the question? Well, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so I thought that we would release the Halloween color hat, and then the pink, the black and the pink, so women could enjoy a beautiful PRT hat, because these hats just aren't, they just figured out, they look okay on men, but they're just not really made for women. And I felt bad because Letitia, Barton's wife, Letitia was like, can you send one to me and Gabby Henderson? And I was like, yeah, sure. I didn't really like those because I could send that to Barton and Elijah, but the other two hats, not so much. The other two people, not so much, because those hats they're not going to look real good on women. But anyways, I'm going to let y'all go. I enjoyed it. We had a long talk today. I hope y'all listened to the whole thing. Part 2 with Barton Nunnally's coming out. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. Part 2 with Barton. Barton talks on that one. Part 3, we get into a bunch of stuff. And then we haven't decided if we're going to do a standalone episode at that point and then get Jason Bland's stories on. But we're going to do that. Then we're going to get Jason Bland on, and we had an amazing discussion. We got into some stuff. And then we're going to have either we're going to jump right in it with Albert Rosales, or we're going to have another discussion, standalone discussion or whatever, a standalone episode. So we don't know if we're going to put Paul Sinclair on and then Albert, or whoever. I think it's going to be Paul and then Albert's going to be interviewed. So you guys are going to get a ton of material. You're going to get a ton of great guests that have a ton of information. Paul Wallace is going to come on, hopefully, eventually. I think even Lauren Coleman might show up. I've been talking to him. Remember, I'm giddy about this. We're giving away these action figures. There are only 3 in existence at Barton. Then we have a special surprise we're going to come up with on the live stream on October 5th. Be there. Be there or be square. That sounds so corny, doesn't it? I hate corny people. But then nobody to make fun of if you didn't have them. Look, we're going to do it. All right? And we're going to give away that Hunt the Dog Man video because it's so rare. And it's autographed by Barton Lindley. So, and then, of course, this coming week, you're going to get the Barton Lindley book. Whoever goes and hits the official link on the Paranormal Round Table group. And now on the October 5th show, when Barton comes on, we're gonna drop the link on Paranormal Lounge and Paranormal Round Table, and one of them is gonna get the action figure, the other one's gonna get the movie. We haven't decided which one yet. We're gonna mix it up. All right. So free hats, caps, whatever, and then we're gonna give away the little lamp things with the change the color with the and we now have both logos. And then the next order of hats is going to be the other logo too. So anyways, that's what's happening. I gave away about 10 hats because I opened my mouth and said, "Who wants a PRT cap?" And I had about 300 people. 300 comments anyway. I think it was probably about 250 people. Anyways, I couldn't give them all to everybody, and I apologize. I wish I could have. Good night, folks.